Agnel was first.
Agnel was first. Let's go. All right. AGL with the smile. A little coy smile. What up, Kaiser? What up, Morp? All right, let me send the Discord notification. Okay, okay. Do that. Open this up. Open Borderless Gaming. PB today? Well, that's what we're hoping for. A sub 135 would be pretty huge. Save the marathon a total of 15 minutes of time. Also, I have one thing that I haven't yet done for practice for GDQ that I kind of forgot was a thing that I need to practice for GDQ. We need to make a save. So let's get sub 135 on the main thing. Then we'll add in a third part to the speedrun. We'll add in the inner bosses that I have as a donation incentive that we need to come up with like a strategy for, sort of. We don't need to like truly strategize them. But it could just be like the strategy is fight them sword only, but use Yash. Or the strategy could be, you know, oh, if they use their super move, I'm going to knock them out with Mortal Draw or whatever. But we gotta practice the inner bosses a little bit to make sure that I'm, you know, comfortable with showing them off as well. Inner bosses practice. Yep, that will be a thing that we will do. All right. Definitely first. Surely, Michael. Surely. Okay. Yo, Briglio, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Thank you for the good luck on the runs. So 117.26 for our PB. Okay, that's beatable. That's definitely beatable. Honestly, our get to work time is also beatable. So 148 new users, you used the link when it was 148. Had you already downloaded Opera GX at any point before that? Did you download and install, or did you just download? Because I think you need to download and install. And definitely if you just click the link and you didn't download or install, I know that one didn't count. No, you haven't. Okay, I think you would need to download and install for it to count. Downloaded and installed and actually using it and loving it. Oh, then I don't know. Maybe sometimes these trackers just don't get everything. So sometimes that happens. So I don't know. I don't know. The number could be wrong, and maybe you helped us hit 150 and we're already over 150, and they you know, and that would be awesome. And maybe, unfortunately, it just didn't count in your particular case, and in which case, there's also, like, occasionally, and I hope it's not this, but occasionally there are region locks to these things. It only counts, like, US users or, you know, users in certain countries or regions. I hope that's not the case, but I don't know. That's, you know, sort of more of a back-end thing. Sometimes that happens. I don't want to claim that that is what happened, but sometimes that happened. But I'm glad that you are loving it, because yeah, I quite like it as a browser as well. Getting scammed by Opera, well, or they're getting scammed by me. Who knows? Something is scammy or not. All right. But yeah, it was just for this month, so this is the final day. If you at all were curious about Opera GX, the browser built for gamers, that lets you customize and set limits to how much of your computer's resources it uses. Now would be the day to use my link. It's actually awesome. It's actually really cool. I really like all the features it has. It really feels like it's made, like, to actually be a fun browser, like, to use and useful, instead of just like, here's a means to get to the internet. Although it is also good as just a means to get to the internet, you know. All right. So we were, again, not really practicing before runs. I can just jump into it. Which I think I should just do. Anything else I would want to do? I don't think so. Let's just go. It's, like, weirdly less nervous if you just jump into it. Practice is for the unconfident. But that's me. I'm unconfident. So I should practice, right? I'm so unconfident I didn't even go for well jump. Look at that. All right. H Live, what up, Ivy? Okay. Bit of weird luck he gave there, but that's fine. They're your favorite chat? Must not have seen many chats. What if later when your viewers at peak, you do a showcase of Opera GX? A little bit of ad time? Probably will, if we have not hit 150 installs at that point. I don't want to be annoying with it, obviously. Like, you know, that's never the point. But, yeah, it would be really helpful if we hit 150. So I will probably try to make that happen if as we get later into the night, it has still not happened yet. If we do hit 150, then nobody's got to worry about getting advertised to. Just a simple showcase, yeah. I don't think I'm even using, like, all the cool features that it has. I feel like it's got so much more that I see other people talk about. Nice. Love the RAM limiter, yeah. That's probably my favorite feature. Oof. Okay. Almost didn't let me grapple there. Is the way a way you can support if you already have GX? Not for that particular, getting the number to 150. I mean, I guess aside from like having your friend use a link and try it out, but that seems probably a little far to go. But in general, you know, obviously subs, bits, donations all help. Oh, really? Okay. He spun around the wrong way. This is fine. Who needs health anyway? Install it, does that even work? I do not believe it does, and nor should you try. Don't try to scam the good Opera GX people. Like, I'm really happy to have them as a sponsor because it's a thing that I just like. It's completely free. It's not, you know, it's not something that you have to buy in order to support. And it's something that, like, people genuinely are already using and liking. And it's like, I don't want to be like, and for their trouble of sponsoring me, we're going to get everyone to scam as much as we can and make the numbers seem really high so that they get no new viewers, but we get all the... It's like, nah. Didn't have it yourself until now. Number go up by 1. Might take a while. Yeah, it does not always update immediately. Originally, they told me it would only update once a day, which I'm hoping is no longer the case. I'm hoping it updates a little more than that, but originally it was only updating once a day. No! I might have needed health. Oh, that he just missed. I hate when he just misses. Are we cooked if it's only once a day? No, I said last day today because we have like a full entire day left. Ow. Okay, just the worst Gyobu of all time. We'll just lose a minute on Gyobu. It's fine. It's fine. You need to switch over to Opera? Might as well now. Yeah, perfect time. It was both the easiest and most annoying boss of these runs. Yeah. It's mostly just like because he's so early, we optimized him to the point of like, it feels really bad when anything goes wrong. Because like if we had a demon that bad, where it's like, oh, he runs away once and like it takes a few extra hits in a phase, I'd probably be like, okay, that's a fine demon. That's fine. That's no big deal. But when it happens on Gyobu, it's like, oh my god, reset. The worst thing ever. I've never had a Gyobu this bad. Milamo. I also vastly exaggerated the amount of time loss. It was like 30 seconds, but I said a minute because now when it's only 30 seconds of time loss, we go, we only lost 30 seconds? Oh, that's not even that bad. Oh, that's actually fine. These opportunities are daily. Diver for about 6 years. Yep. The problem of getting a sponsor that everybody already uses. Okay. Decent recovery on the bull from not the correct start. Wish you knew people who play Night Rain. Randoms is okay, I guess. I think a bunch of people were playing Night Rain in our Discord server last night. So if you want people to play with, you can join the Discord server, and there's occasionally people playing there. Joined for a match and you won against Gaping Jaw. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the chat here is good at Night Rain. Like I occasionally, you know, we would play with chat, and sometimes I was like, man, these people might be better than me. Not that I'm, you know, the absolute greatest Night Rain player of all time, but like I can definitely hold my own. I was like, dang, people are good. Oh, perfect. Accidentally got a hit list on enhanced full gore. Well, I don't think it was all that accidental. I think you tried to dodge his moves. I'm on to you and your scams. Claiming it to be accidental when you pressed the dodge button. SMH my head. Tried getting hit, just couldn't. He kept missing! Also, I kind of wonder if I should learn... There's like a cool way to like slide down and grapple there. That's a bit faster. I don't know if the world record in this category does it, but it is done by Wormdog in any percent restricted. Beautiful. How much can world record even be optimized? I don't know exactly, because Pumpkin doesn't run with like splits and sum of bests and all that. But I would probably guess no more than 30 seconds, even on like a beautifully perfect run. I could see, like, theoretically, some of best being, like, you know, 45 seconds a minute faster than world record. Of, like... But what if, you know, literally every frame was perfect at the task level? Then you could be an entire minute faster. But it's like... Okay, but, like, realistically, a super perfect run of the world record would probably be, like, 30 seconds faster. I would guess. I would guess. Over, you know, an hour and 10-ish minute run, being only 30 seconds off what is probably the best time that anyone would ever get is pretty freaking good. German W and English W are different. Yeah. I believe the German W is closer to a V. You know, like Volkswagen. As opposed to Volkswagen. Even called double V. Wagon. Add menuing. I went very far around there. We'll see if I still get a 4 ash. Maybe I don't. Oh, I still do. Easy. Easy as that. W looks nothing like UU. Handwritten lowercase w does absolutely look like UU. Did the stream just start? A little bit ago, yeah. Like, 25 minutes ago. Final verdict, but cheated. Get to work run guy submitted at 7:51. It's also 99.99% most likely cheated. I did actually look at that in the Discord. Yeah, I mean, like, is anybody doing like investigation, or are we all operating on vibes? Because I would love to see somebody set up a macro and see how close it is to their stuff, right? Because they did give one with an input viewer. I would love to see somebody go through it frame by frame, you know, make a, like, I don't know that the frames in the video is enough that you can actually tell, but only what they've told us, it just doesn't add up. No, I got myself distracted. Well, couldn't get around him, so I had to deflect there, which is slow. All right, whatever. I'll take it. Shouldn't have distracted myself. Although, I'm likely to be distracted at GDQ, so maybe actually it's a good thing. Better practice, even if it is gonna make it less likely that we PB here. Backup strat practice. Yep, exactly. Oops, sorry. No, you're good, Ivy. Obviously, it is my responsibility to only look at chat when it's the correct time in the run to do so. English not that great. That's okay. You know, whatever you can communicate, if you have something you want to communicate, you know, we can always try to help out with the interpretation. It's just that we can't read anything that's not in English, so, you know, we have a better chance of understanding English, even if it's not written perfectly, than something that is not English. Hello! Let's go. English is bad. I was raised speaking it. Yep. How's my pizza today? It's very good. It's apparently like a top 50 in the United States pizza restaurant. Spark Pizza. And I got their you know, meat pizza and then had them add hot honey on top.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Hot honey is so good. Yeah. It's like perfect on a pizza. The correct way to say W is dub. True. Get that dub. Yo, thanks for the good luck, Liv. All right. Plus 3.3. Odd. I didn't feel like I lost that much time, but oh well. Leave the castle by opening the large window, yeah. Gotta let the breeze in. Always felt like a cool thing to you. I don't like when he shoots me there. What a jerk. I think with a more precise line, he'd never be able to shoot me, but... At least I get the prayer necklace there, so it doesn't kill me. You also got pizza. It's from a chain. Well, pizza is pizza. Yo, Scotty Two Shoes, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Ninja is a term coined in semi-modern fiction. Previously, they are just spies. That doesn't sound right to me. Because obviously, the Japanese term wouldn't have been spy. That's just not a word that they would have had. Ninja Shinobi more like assassins or mercenaries than spies? I don't know. Is it better on keyboard and mouse than controller? It is the same either way. It is perfectly viable to do either. I would say that if you are trying to speedrun specifically, there's an argument that keyboard and mouse is a little tiny bit better, but it's mostly just down to preference. 99.9% of the difference will be your preference, and 0.1% will be the few situations where, like, mouse can get slightly faster menuing, because you don't have to, like, click to, like, go through the menu, or where you need a super precise lineup that only keyboard can go exactly straight. And for the first time, just reach the Corrupted Monk. It's so fun. Yeah. What? Are my attacks missed? Hello? Well. It felt like all of my attacks should have hit it. Apparently they did not. So now I need to elusive Hall Bell. Do I have time for the good luck bell still? I do. Whoops. Oh, here's where we could have saved back all our time. But instead, we're not. We're only saving back a few seconds. And in fact, since I have to equip this, because I forgot to do that before, we might even be losing a few seconds. Darn. No! Fail. Unfortunate. I was too scared of going too short, so I went far, and I was like, hopefully I can correct it, and then I did not correct it correctly. I think Opera and Opera GX are separate browsers. I believe so. I don't know, actually. GX is the gamer edition by the same company. I think that's right. I think you're probably right. Gamer edition. Look, I do love me some gamer editions. Unless I've got to pay more for it, but Opera GX is free, so might as well get the gamer edition. Nice. All right, nice gun for it, please. Ooh, that's not nice. Okay, okay. So far, still fine. Okay, we take that. timing on that. I do have auto splits set up in live split. You have to set up the auto splits by telling it when to split, based on like things that happen in the game. So for example, I can tell live split check for when my in-game position is this value and do a split. So then whenever I get to that spot, it will automatically split. Or I can tell it check for this flag, which is an in-game thing that keeps track of what has happened. And so I can tell it, you know, watch for this flag that says I've defeated this boss. And once you see that flag happen, do a split. Hello, Woken Disaster. Apparently it's mostly manual. Yep. Unless you have someone who's good at coding who makes an auto splitter and you have the runner manually set up their auto splits, then splitting is always, in general, done manually. Really horrible 8 block there. He did the scream while facing away, so I just couldn't get headshots on him. Oh well. It's 6:44 a.m. and I have not slept a second. Sleep now then? I had no idea headshots were a thing. They aren't on most bosses, but they are on mostly beastly bosses. So, Bull, absolutely a thing. Ape, a thing. Even when he's headless. Double Ape, a thing. Even the headless one. Gyobu on a horse. Surprisingly, there are headshots. But not on the horse's head, which would follow from the beastly theme. On Gyobu himself, his head. You have to kill all 5 headless for this run. Yes. They are all bosses. Is it possible to kill the Great Serpent, or can you only harm it? I would say you can kill it. You can slice it in twain, which I assume would kill it, but... Although technically that's only one of the 2 Great Serpents, because there are 2. Which may or may not be 2 sides of the same serpent. I don't know. But there's definitely at least 2. Because you bloody one's eye, and then you'll notice that when you see that one again later, it is bloodied again, but the other one is not. How are you slipping out there? Oh. Oh. There we go. Salvaged. Whew. Spooky one. Same with this category, got confused when you mentioned the headless. All bosses and mini bosses glitchless. I feel like the and mini boss part is a little too wordy, so I just say all bosses. But to be very clear, all bosses and mini bosses glitchless. All bosses, some glitches doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely. Well, there's very few glitches. A critical minimum amount. There's only 1 or 2 that, like, probably shouldn't be allowed. I'm trying to think. I know of one that shouldn't be allowed, IMO, but is there a second thing that shouldn't be allowed? Because there's the corrupted monk deathblow. That's the one that, like, shouldn't be allowed. But, like, it is, because it's historically been allowed and we don't want to nuke the whole leaderboard. Is there a second thing that actually shouldn't be allowed? Because, like, the headless AI turnoff, I think that should be allowed. I know that it's, like, kind of definitely a glitch, but, like, I think I think it kind of just has to be allowed. I think the category would just be weird if, and worse if it wasn't. So is there a second thing that actually just shouldn't be allowed? 0.01% PB chance? Yeah, the PB chance doesn't know what it's talking about. I got this. The glitches if you make the demon of hatred fall off the map into the abyss. No, obviously not. Genichiro and Owl cornering always felt like glitch to you, but I don't know what counts. So why do you say Genichiro and Owl? Why don't you say Lone Shadow, Snake Eyes? I think we got a partial there. Yeah, we did. Weird. I did the setup. Oh, well. Or why don't you say Father Owl, where we turn around with our dead angles? Or Lady Butterfly? Or I mean, the Generals. Or, like, basically every single boss in the game. Because they all work the exact same. None of them are at all any different from each other. Okay. They're all the game working exactly as it is intended to work, with the boss not blocking you as they are not supposed to when you're facing away from them. And yet, we focus on just those two. Just because even though we do the exact same thing, we do it in a corner. And somehow just like the enemy existing in a corner feels worse than us doing it in the middle of the arena. As though like the enemy being in the corner is in itself a glitch, which obviously isn't the case. Oh, he like spun around at me. Okay, interesting. Like, he did the ape thing, where as soon as you finish off his posture for one frame, he was facing me. I didn't know he could do that. I guess it's because usually we finish him off while he's doing a... No, that is how we usually finish him off. I don't know why it happened that time. Say the glitches that you're wrong, you clearly know more than all of us. Just don't know what exactly defines a glitch. Yeah, but like, yeah, and again, I'm not trying to like argue or make you feel bad. Hopefully you don't. If so, you know, my bad on that. But it's like a you know, demonstration, teaching, thought process moment of like, why is it that the same exact mechanic, and it's like maybe you just don't realize it's the same exact mechanic, but like, why is the same exact mechanic when it's done in a corner? I've seen it many times that people have been like, oh, that's a glitch, that shouldn't be allowed. But when it's done just in the middle of the arena, it's like nobody says the same thing. Nobody is like, it's a glitch what you're doing to Lone Shadow. Nobody is like, it's a glitch what you're doing to Snake Eyes. It's a glitch what you're doing to the generals from the start of the game. It's just interesting. You're attacking the wall more than the boss? Well, on the other ones, you're attacking the air more than the boss. Like, on all of them, you are attacking, you know, so that you 90% miss and just clip them with the edge. And so I think that's very interesting. The way that our perception of it changes when the mechanics don't. Oh, unlucky. I should have just sent the follow-up. I wasn't sure if I was in range. It looks more unfair in the corner, but doesn't really make it a glitch in your opinion. Right, I think that's the thing. I think it feels more unfair And I think that as a viewer, what you want is fairness, or what you perceive as skill, as opposed to truly being like, this is a glitch or not. I don't think that the average viewer really... And again, I don't want to call, you know, put on blast or like say everyone or nobody has any, you know, I don't want to like, I'm not trying to be rude to anyone who has that opinion, but I think that is probably the main reason why it is seen differently, is because of fairness as opposed to glitchiness. Like that if it feels unfair, that it's like, ah, that's unfair. Ban Headless. I was turned around. He shouldn't have gotten to do the grab. There's no Insta-slam. Nah, I knew it. I knew he would. God. I even at least blocked the Insta-slam so I didn't die, but God, I could not get the follow-up. There was just no way. Man. It's a quirk of the behavior, arguably an edge case, which is arguably a bug. I mean, not really. Like, that's kind of exactly how it's programmed to work. Like, how about here on Headless? Where I'm able to circle around him so he keeps not being able to hit me because I'm behind him and he doesn't have attacks that hit behind him, so he keeps having to try to circle, but I keep circling slightly faster. I didn't actually succeed this time. Like, is it really like the developers didn't intend for you to circle to the side of him? Like, it's, you know, obviously it's not the literal, you know, 100% the exact intention, but if everything's working perfectly, I would say there's no at all basis to call it an edge case. There's no basis to call it a bug. It's just like, yeah, no, that's just 100% how it works. That was the wrong spot to warp to. Okay. Was on the dev's mind while making the Headless to trying to make people want to uninstall? True. Worst boss in the game. Easy. Sounds like bell bearing no with his shield bash. Yeah. I mean, it's a little different, but that's close enough, yeah. Like, are we gonna say, you know, that strafing around the Headless's attacks is a bug because they probably you know, wanted you to run away when he does the grab, because there was probably one expected solution and you're not doing that one exact expected solution, but doing a different solution that works exactly within the game systems. I think that would be a stretch. I think at that point you're getting into like the meme, which I do find funny, the like perfectly as intended runs where somebody will like follow like the, you know, the like IGN guide or something like that. Oh, okay, barely. If we're just gonna, you know, say that anything that isn't the exact stand in front of an enemy and you're only allowed to attack it while standing directly in front and facing directly at it, and you're not allowed to strafe any attacks, and you're not allowed to, you know, get behind the enemy and try to get free hits, and like, I think that just gets into silliness at that point. Strafing is intended behavior because move around in a 3D world, but being out of reach and attack is an intended behavior, or they'd have locked us in place. Exactly. Agree with both of those. And attacking while facing an enemy, or while facing away from an enemy and they don't block, is intended behavior. That's exactly how it's supposed to work. And your attack having a hitbox slightly behind you or to the side of you and hitting an enemy slightly behind you or to the side of you is intended behavior. So that's my point. Like, we can't just call any non-standard combat technique unintended, therefore a bug, therefore a glitch. I think it's just like a ton of leaps. Down 2, up 1. You know? IGN guide runs are the best. I should do an IGN guide run. If there's... Is there an IGN guide for Sekiro? Surely there must be. Subset of predictable interactions. I agree that it's sort of up to the community to define. If I do X, then I always get Y result and the win is fair, versus if I do X and the enemy's AI fails and I win is a glitch. Yeah. If the AI was not behaving as intended, like if it like turned off like we do to that headless, then I could definitely see there being an argument for it. But the AI isn't off. It's working, and it's working exactly as it's intended to. Okay, good enough. It just works. Good enough. Is the Orin of the Water glitch allowed? Where you bait her to a specific spot and her AI, like, turns completely off. It's slower, so you'd never see it in a speedrun. So I don't know that we even have a ruling for that, because I don't think anyone's ever tried to do it. Because it's, like, significantly slower. But I would honestly need to see it to see how much her AI turns off. If it's, like, temporarily off, she just kind of gets stuck. I could see maybe, but if it's, like, off, she, like, will not do anything no matter what, then yeah, no, that would be banned for sure. Did you use a single consumable in Lies of P? In my first playthrough? I don't think so. Don't think I used one in the DLC either. This game is sick. I love this game. Not a bad dragon. Middle mouse button borked, so now your lock-ons are scuffed and you're hoping your aura will fix it, hopefully. She just stands there, and if you circle around her, you can get a hit off, and she won't attack back. But you have to keep circling because she's still trying to hit you? I feel like I'd need to, like, see it and play around with it to say for sure, but... Like, if she's just stuck but behaving normally, but because she's stuck, she can't reach you, and so she can't quite hit you. You know, that feels like, okay. You know, that could potentially be fine. Okay, very slow Shigekichi, but I'll take it. But if it's like, because she's stuck, she won't even attempt to do anything at all, even when she should be attacking and should be able to hit you, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, no, that's probably over the line. There would probably need to be a discussion on that. If it was actually fast enough that anybody used it in runs. Has the difference between an exploit and a glitch been discussed? Feel like the wall stick is more of an exploit. Yeah, I mean, those are the terms that we use to describe the difference. That's not the difference itself, but yeah. Isn't that the same as the headless? It depends, right? Or if you mean the headless that we literally turn off their AI, that one, like, is a glitch. It's just a glitch that we don't activate on purpose. It just happens by playing the game and doing the speedrun route. And so the only way to turn his AI back on would be to do something either against the rules or to force somebody to warp away and warp back and lose like 10 seconds just because they need to deactivate it. Which, like, I mean, you could argue, oh, boo-hoo, speedrunners have to lose 10 seconds to not glitch in their get glitchless category. And, like, fair. You know, fair. You certainly could argue that you shouldn't be allowed to use a glitch just because it happens. You know, fair. But, we decided the other way. We decided that originally we didn't understand how it worked, and so it was just happening to people, and we didn't want everyone to lose all of their runs forever and, like, nobody be able to do the category because you would just get an hour in and lose your run. Like, it was just silly, you know? So while we still didn't understand it, we felt like it had to be allowed. And then once we did understand it, it was like, okay, you know, now that we do understand it, all the runs on the leaderboard already have it in there. So do we just nuke the entire leaderboard to get rid of it? Now that we finally figured out how it works, and it was like, that's a tough one. And then you'd still have to force people to warp away or to quit out, which is currently against the glitchless rules. And it, you know, it was more of a situation that it's allowed than like, we think this isn't a glitch. It's like, no, we agree it's a glitch. It's just one that it was unreasonable to ban. But something like Orin, like, obviously we know how that one works, and it's very easy to just not do that. So it is much more reasonable to have it potentially banned. Gonna sub again after 2 weeks? What the heck? The Lady Butterfly glitch allowed. What's the Lady Butterfly glitch? I don't think I know of a Lady Butterfly. Do I? The speedrun politics is insane! Yo! The drama is insane, guys! Yeah! It's not that faster anyway. Yeah. And, yeah, anything that's not faster, we don't really care. You're liking the channel, just stopped in randomly. Yo, let's go. Glad you like it. It's just hit, dodge to the side, and repeat. Oh yeah, that's not a glitch at all. That's just hitting. Hitting is not a glitch. Dodging is not a glitch. Avoiding her attacks with a dodge is, I would go so far as to say, not a glitch. And hitting her after her attack while she still can't block you because she's in the middle of her attack, I would also go so far as to say, not a glitch. Seems like a powerful strategy. Are you sure? You sure we shouldn't ban that? It's also slow, so we don't use it in speedruns, but no, Senpo Temple. Here's perhaps an easy way to get at least a first pass of whether something would generally be considered a glitch or not. If you did it exactly one time, would you have any complaints about it? If somebody one time dodged around Lady Butterfly and hit her, would you have any complaints about it? If somebody one time was locked off from Genichiro, he was near a wall, they attacked sideways, and it hit him, would you have any complaints about it? If no, then even if they do it 100 times, it doesn't really matter. Whereas if something happening one time is enough to be like, whoa, that's not supposed to, that's weird. Like, for example, you know, getting Demon to fall off the edge. All you need is one time of him falling off the edge, and you're like, whoa, that's not supposed to happen. That's not a foolproof way of looking at it, but if your only complaint about something is that it's done multiple times in a row, that does not make any bearing on the decision of whether something's a glitch or not. Want Comcast question mark? I think the stream's fine. I'm not seeing any dropped frames on my end. Nice, okay, smart moves. Found a good way to keep myself a little safe in that dangerous situation. Is the ceaseless discharge cheese a glitch? As far as I know, that's literally intended by the developers. Like, you're supposed to do that. That's like a way that you are supposed to kill the boss. So no, as far as I know. There's a special animation for it, yeah. That is unfortunate. That works, though. Didn't lose too much time. You're getting stutters. Huh. Multiple people are getting stutters. Maybe it is on my end. It's not saying I have any dropped frames, but... Good for you, might just be Twitch. Sometimes it is just Twitch's fault. You're good, yours is completely fine. Okay, then, yeah. I don't know then. Sometimes it's just weird. No, wrong one. Always prioritizing the non-boss. Could be ad block acting up. That is a possibility. If you're using one. Okay. Oh, we lost a minute on PB there. Oh, why did it not give me the death blow there? And why are these guys not activated? Oh. Oh, this is still bad. Okay, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. Why didn't he stagger? It's fine. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't get close enough to get the death blow there. Like, I didn't do a sprinting jump, so I should have had full aerial control, but it just would not move even an inch over when I was falling. Oh, I tried to play it safe. I tried to play it safe so I couldn't get hit by the other guy, but it didn't matter in the end. Even playing it safe, I just got completely screwed over there because I guess I didn't have enough emblems or something because it didn't reach. The first one reached, so I thought the second one would, but it just didn't. What's even the best way back down? It's actually this direction. I need to remember. I should have just rested so I had a revive, and then I wouldn't have had to try to play it safe. Oh, well. It was a terrible run anyway. Everything went wrong already, so... What's one more to go wrong? See, that's what I wanted not to happen. So even on the second try, I get unlucky. Not that it matters this time, because we're just gonna rest after this. I guess we didn't have enough emblems because the ogre went so horribly. I guess that's why. Like, the ogre going horribly snowballed into my safe strat not working. Oh, that's the wrong... Okay, horrible luck on Genny. This is just gonna be the horrible luck run. Yep, horrible luck on Ishin too. I'm surprised that actually... Oh, my mistake, and now he's not going to do the lightning. Oh my god. Yep. Oh boy. Oh. Sure. Might sound crazy, but I think you're playing really well. I'm not playing to the best of my abilities. I'm doing all right for the luck I'm being given. I'm having to do like 3 levels deep backups. Like usually you have your backup and you have your 1 level deep backup for when like it doesn't go perfectly. I'm having to go 1 layer past that to like, okay, not only is it not perfectly, it's not good. And then I'm having to go 1 layer past that of like, oh, not only did it start not good, but now I got the super weird follow-up where now I'm just like completely making it up on the spot. There's no scripting anymore. So, given that we're playing all right, but like it's... You know, that's obviously not going to get you anywhere close to a PB if everything is you're having to make it up on the spot because everything's going as poorly as possible. Oh, that's really bad. And my Yash ran out. On the hit that would have gotten him, the Yash ran out because we were so unlucky. Yeah. This 0 skips. It's glitchless. There are some skips. But only ones that stay in bound and only skip walking, don't skip like a boss or anything. Doing certain things to make the enemy do certain moves. Yep. A very common. Okay, that's... My jump just got canceled? Okay. Like, he started the jump animation, so I buffered a mortal draw, and then it just canceled the jump. Okay. Truly, as poorly as things can possibly go. Do you fight Guardian Ape first to get the Duo Ape fight? We fight Guardian Ape, I mean, eventually. And we get the Duo Ape fight eventually. We don't fight Guardian Ape particularly early. Oh, the insta-slam. And we were one hit away from getting him. It works. Well, at least it can't get worse. You would think that. There's always a way for it to get worse. Ah, like this. This is another way for it to go worse. Oh, God. Yeah. Shouldn't have done for the double. I actually think I was dead no matter what. I think the double actually probably was the correct play, because I don't think I live even if I don't do the double. He did the one move that can just hyper armor through Mortal Draw. And so, of course, Yash runs out. If you already downloaded Opera GX from your IP because you already use it, does it count just to download, or do you have to do anything else? It would not count if you've already downloaded it from your IP. And you would have to download and install it for it to count. Maybe also run it one time, probably, so it can connect and register, not like register like an account, but like so that it can actually communicate to the server that, yes, in fact, you got it. I think. Down 2, up 2. Joip is encounterable later on in the game. Yep. And it turns out it's faster to come back and defeat them later than it is to try to defeat them right away with low attack power. Okay. All right, 127. Completely and utterly impossible to PB. I would have to world record get to work, which is not happening. But still 3 minutes under our GDQ estimate, even with actually everything going as wrong as possible. So at least there's that. I installed it, got recommended by friends of yours, but never wanted to switch. Now you have a reason. Aha. Is Shichiman that easy? It is if you are every attack power in the game. If you use Confetti and you use specifically Dragon Flash, which does ridiculous damage to Shichiman, then they are that easy. You walk forward before jumping down on him to hit the loading zone and then back up for the jump. You walk forward to load him in, then you go backwards and buff to deload him for a specific amount of time so that when you walk back in again, he loads in for a second time, which gets the death blow marker to spawn on him. For some reason, the first time he spawns in, you can't death blow him from above. It just doesn't work. We don't know why. Like, it seems like you should be able to, but like, it just doesn't work unless you load him, deload him, load him again. So we used to go off to the side into like the waterfall to deload him and reload him, but we discovered actually if you just do it from the doorway, it's actually faster. It's pretty cool. I'll pretend to understand everything you just said. Perfect. Hey, isn't that a glitch? You know, maybe. Or maybe we're unglitching the game for the developers, you know? Maybe the developers glitched it. We're just unglitching it. All right. Go!
This story is a metaphor for climbing the corporate ladder. And you may be thinking that the rollerblades are a little goofy. But just last year, people were selling other people's digital copies of monkeys to try and get ahead. So, rollerblades are really not that far-fetched. And who doesn't like a little speed in their life? So, rollerblades it is. But just remember that everyone struggles to get job interviews, so try not to get too discouraged.
Come on.
Good luck.
That'll do. Okay.
Hey, welcome to your first job interview. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking, but just relax and do your best. You're sure to get the job.
I never hit that windowsill. At least I was still able to climb. At least I didn't have to do the swings.
Unfortunately, the company needs you to do a take-home interview. I see a note here that says, "Sorry for making you jump through all these hoops." Oh, yeah. So the company just needs one more interview. The note here says, "Last one, we promise." And to ignore the hoops on fire. That's just a technical bug in their hiring system. There it is, the offer letter. You grab the letter and read it out loud. We regret to inform you that the role has been filled. Ah, going back to square one always stings, but you're not alone. This happens to everyone at some point in their lives.
Okay, still in the green.
Your mom says that your Uncle Gerald has a friend who can hook you up with a job at their warehouse. I know it's your birthday, but the company saves money when the new hires do their training.
Yeah, I was too fast, wasn't I? Too fast on this one, so that made me too slow on the next one. Okay, back all the way up, because now I'm too slow on this one. Just, oh my god. Because despite this being a super early, easy jump, sometimes it just does not want to work. And then when it does work, you go like way over, and it's not even close. But sometimes it just does not want to work.
Congratulations on completing your training. Go home, get some rest. Tomorrow is your first real day at work.
And this one always sucks. Worst top grab in the game, probably. Yep. Again. For a third time, it just doesn't work. Can we go for 4? Yep. We can go for 4, just too low.
You went over that, didn't you? You look around and luckily no one sees your incredibly embarrassing blunder. You blame.
Ah, 5th time. A 6th time! How many times can the top grab just not work despite me doing it correctly? A 7th time! Oh, finally. There we go. No!
So, rumor has it that corporate spent all of their money on fighting Ted's
Miss grappling hooks, yeah, if only. If only.
Party instead, which, according to your boss, is arguably better. But don't worry, a manager's position has opened up, and that comes with a pay raise. Your mom walks into your room with a letter. You got the job. Tomorrow is your first day as an unpaid...
Honestly,
what an
a minute 36 behind isn't even that bad. It just feels really bad when it's all to one stupidly inconsistent top grab.
Some would be discouraged knowing they only got the job because their obsession with rollerblades makes...
Really? How does that not have enough speed?
But you're a little discouraged as well.
There we go. Okay.
Congratulations, you've finished training. Now the real work begins.
Darn. I thought we would hit it before the wall. I had to take a little gamble on which one we would hit first. And I gambled wrong.
Great taste in coffee too. Hopefully you can really impress him with your grind set.
Had to try. Had to try.
On the third floor, you meet your boss's boss, who is impressed with your can-do attitude. He says if you keep it up, he might put in a good word for that in-house interview.
Alert! Oh, but the hands are twisted. Oh, thank goodness. Barely made that. I had to try to, like, untangle myself there. Did Opera count you as a new user? I don't know. It only updates apparently, like, generally once a day, so we won't really know till tomorrow, and it ends at the end of the month, so... In theory, we should have 150, based on the number of people that have attempted it tonight, but we'll see, we'll see.
Is coming up, and if you can make a good impression, it'll go a long way.
That was not quite what I wanted, but that works.
Wine mixer, a chance to meet middle management, impress them with your firmest handshake, and laugh together at the financially illiterate.
What is Agent 47 doing? Getting to work.
After spinning your wheels for a year, you finally get invited to the company mixer. Rubbing shoulders with middle management has you inspired.
How do you think he gets to, you know, Paris after immediately having been in, you know, Moscow or whatever? He's got to get there. And obviously the fastest form of transportation is the rollerblade. Everyone knows this.
Finally, the company opens up a single middle management position. All you have to do is beat the rest of the applicants and the job is yours. The bumpers are a metaphor for the other applicants.
That works.
The second round of interviews cuts out 90% of the applicants. The herd has been thinned out and you're still standing strong. Wait, somehow Ted is in the running? When did he get a job here? It doesn't matter. Just stay focused and get that job. After months of grueling interviews, corporate
nice.
Endless schmoozing, you find a letter on your desk. One of the two positions is yours. They created another position for Ted. His uncle is a VP.
Funny enough, it's believable that Agent 47 would do this. Yep.
Team of juniors, a huge pay raise, and your own office with a view. Not that office. Don't be ridiculous. Oh, and by the way, if your team's earnings drop to the bottom 30%, you'll be fired. Welcome to middle management. No one really knows what you do here, and in fact, no one really knows how to get promoted. Progressing at this stage of your career...
Oh, I shouldn't have sent that.
With no clear path.
That was obviously not high enough for a top grab. go. Screw Ted. Ted. Angry.
He calls you with a job offer, but you have to decide right now. Ah!
Okay. Almost. Very, very close. I think my release was a little bit too late.
Desperate to become a department head and decide to take on the Deutler portfolio.
I feel like the duration of it was pretty good, but it was just a little too late, so I didn't get to keep as much speed. Because releasing early and then holding later is better. Good backup, though.
Portfolio, you crazy son of a gun. Unfortunately, the vote is tomorrow, and you're one vote short. Looks like it's better luck next time. You're still convinced that being a full-time YouTuber is for absolute degenerates.
Don't like
but
that.
he was such a class act that it was enough to sway the vote. You are the new department head.
Okay. Nice one.
The
Good.
FBI sweep the whole leadership team into prison, just as you thought. They need a new VP. And as the first candidate to apply without a criminal record, you're instantly chosen. They don't even look at your resume. Being a VP at a large company puts you in the top 0.01%. But it's not enough. The goal is and has always been to be CEO. You have no idea how.
I
but
need to
all
do
you
the
know is
corner
that you
strat.
need to keep grinding.
There was just no way I was going to make it. Okay. It's fine. Oh, okay. That was a little spooky. I have to do a backup here that was close to getting the full quint, but it would not have gotten it, so we'll take this as a backup. Not bad. Should still be sub 15 if I don't choke the ending.
The CEO of your old company is considering retirement. There's only room at the top for one, but now's your chance. You got this.
Ooh.
Just before the CEO of your old company retires, he gets arrested for embezzlement. But you've been schmoozing the board of directors for years, taking on hard portfolios, buying dinners at the country club.
Well, never mind, not sub 15.
Embezzlement. You're ready to take the leap.
I'm on this side, so I need to do a little. Yep. Okay. Too much speed, yep. Sometimes you get the speed, sometimes the speed gets you. Luckily, it doesn't take too much to get back up. There we go.
All of your hard work has finally paid off.
Okay.
The board of directors have voted, and you are appointed the CEO. The journey is, there really is nowhere else to go.
All right, 142.24 combined. Still not bad. 3 minutes under in one game and 5 minutes under in the other. Killed 50 plus bosses, no criminal record. Truly silent assassin. Target lost. They fled the area 15 minutes ago. Well, that was just when we got there. All right. Back to Sekiro. And also, air conditioning. Warm. Oh. Ah. Hopefully it's not too loud in the mic. Can't hear a thing. Nice. Even better. Must be deaf. Must be, I guess. I pointed my AC. It used to be blasting, like, directly at me so that I could, like, feel it directly. But then it was actually too cold. So now I moved it so it's just, like, blasting, like, kind of down at the floor. So I still get a little bit on, like, my legs, but it's no longer right at the mic or right at my face. Which is nice. Heating up big time in California? Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. What AC are you using? Is it a window unit, a freestand unit, or a central AC? It's a freestand unit connected to the window. Through, like, there's like a exhaust, I guess pipe, but it, you know, bendy pipe that is connected to the window and, like, closed into the windowsill. Ducting. That's the word. Ducting. Yes. Yes. There's a ducting to the window. What's that? It's an extremely loud AC noise. Oh, man. I'm going to have to turn it off and fry in my own room. Cold air is cold? What? Okay. You have to download, install, and use Opera for it to count, or can you just download and launch it once? You could just launch it once. If you try it out, if you try out Opera and you don't like it, it would still count. A lot of people that try out Opera really like it. I like it. And so, you know, I'm hoping that you would like it, and then bada bing, bada boom, I get helped out and you get helped out with having a browser that you like, but there is no risk. You don't have to, like, you must use it every day for the next 30 days. Is it a big white and black rectangle unit? Might be same as yours. Those are the colors of it. I'm pretty sure those are the colors of every AC. It's, I don't know. It's quite a bit more tall than it is wide. I should have hit him instead of letting him attack and getting the deflect. I think the attacking death blow is slightly faster. Was liking GX, but Radeon Software has some sort of beef with the Chromium-based browsers. How'd you switch to Firefox? Ah. Yeah, you know, if there's a tech issue, you know, understandable. That sometimes that just happens. Like I've definitely been on websites where they've just been like, "Oh, sorry, we do not support this browser. You must swap to this other browser." And it's like, well, it is what it is. iOS only, but including Harada too, so only Emma and Ishin Ashina are missing. Yep. And the inner bosses, if you, like, wanted to count those, but... this category was, like, at least conceptualized, if not formalized, before the gauntlets were even a thing. Technically, the original version was all beads and memories, which is still on the leaderboard. But the concept of defeat all the things in the game existed before the gauntlets existed. Why does it keep not grappling there? I guess I need to spam the button to make sure it actually gets it. Because now we're going to have a dog ruining our day. Number not go up? Yeah, I was told that it might only be updating once a day. So as long as tomorrow number is above 150, we'll be happy. Oh, I was too scared of the dog, so I wanted to keep attacking so the dog couldn't get me. But then I was one hit off on finishing him off. Because if I stop to deflect him, then the dog's probably gonna get in there. Oh well. I just need to play a safe ogre now. You know, 149 never downloaded before, so it's definitely not updating the number. Okay, so presumably tomorrow we'll see it be at like 155 or something with everyone that's tried to make number go up. That was not a safe ogre. I said, let's play a safe ogre, and then what did I do? The riskiest ogre of all time. Oh, we got it. Number must go up. I've contributed to the number go up efforts. Excellent. We do love number going up. Bigger number, better person. No risks, no reckies. Well, the thing is, for getting this particular record of Sekiro and to get to work back to back, risking is actually really bad because all we need is a decent run of both. And so if you risk everything, you're super unlikely to get a decent run of both. You will either get the best run ever at like a tiny, tiny percent chance, like under 1%, or you'll get the worst run ever at a 99% chance. Whereas if we don't risk, we've got, you know, like a 50-50 chance of getting a good run. No risks, no reckies. But that's not... Yep, fine. Good. Ilamo. You don't have to stab the snake? Nah, we've never had to stab the snake. You would do the worst attack possible, wouldn't you? But it's fine. Guys have changed since GDQ? No. I don't think any GDQ run ever has stabbed the snake. If a GDQ run has stabbed the snake, I would be flabbergasted. Actually, I might have stabbed the snake in blindfolded. That's actually not true. I definitely probably stabbed the snake in blindfolded. Because that was the strat to get through there safely. Sure you saw Aggie do it? What? Come on, even in Aggie's day. As ancient and archaic as he is. There's no way that was the strat. Is it easy to deflect in this game? It's not easy, but it's not too hard. It's just right. It's easier than Lies of P, but it's harder than, like, your average roll in Dark Souls. So it's a nice middle ground where it feels precise enough that you have to know the moves, but lenient enough that if you know the moves and you know their timing, you're probably gonna get it. It's not down to, like, the micro, you know, okay, I need to do it super perfectly, and, you know, it's like, no, if you know the timing, you're probably gonna get it right. To me, it feels like perfect. It feels like exactly what I want from a deflect window. Nice, gold bull. How does it compare to parrying in DS1? I don't actually know anything about the DS1 parry timing or window. So I don't know. My guess would be that it's less precise. Because generally parrying is like, you know, high risk, high reward. Whereas deflecting is like your default defensive option that you're supposed to use all the time. But maybe DS1 parries were just super free and generous. I don't know. Way harder than DS parry. Really? Were they that free? I don't remember because I don't like parrying in Dark Souls games. I think parrying sucks. Deflecting is super fun, but I think parrying is not fun. I think I've heard that in DS1 it is actually starts at frame 1 though, so it actually feels better than in subsequent Dark Souls. Very nice, Lone Shadow. This one parrying is kind of OP. You could trivialize the last boss. Well, the last boss was trivial to begin with. Gwyn is not supposed to be a challenging final boss. He's supposed to be cinema. He's supposed to be... You're supposed to almost take pity on the final boss of the game with how, like, easy he is and how much he does not feel like his former self. At least that's how I felt fighting him. But then again, I did do the DLC before fighting Gwyn, so Maybe it's just because the DLC was so much harder that Gwyn felt like a joke in comparison. This one parry is super generous. Okay. Unlucky deflect death blow. He's supposed to be plin plin plong. But it's just not hard at all, yeah. So parrying in DS1 might be OP, but Gwyn is not a good example. You know, saying, you can trivialize one of the easiest fights in the game. It's like, well, okay. Like, I agree. Gwyn with parries is very free, but... if it was like, oh, you trivialize Artorias with parries, then you're like, okay. You trivialize Manus with parries, but like, really? But you trivialize Gwyn with parries, and you're like, okay, I guess. This game makes you stab a lot of things with snake in their name. Snake eyes. I think that's about it. I think it's just 2 snake eyes. You can also stab the eye of a snake, but that thing doesn't actually have a name. I mean, I suppose characters refer to it as the Great Serpent, but it doesn't like have a named health bar or anything. And even then it'd be serpent, not snake, so... This noble. Mr. Noodly, the snake. Pontiff is actually the Dark Souls boss I associate most with being made easier by parrying. That is Dark Souls 3, though, which has, I believe, harder parrying than DS1 did. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but that's fine. We'll go straight to the backup, and then I'll somehow not get the backup. It's fine. Oops. There. I went straight to the second equip here instead of the first one. Good. And those 2 white serpents you can stab. That's... Can you stab both of them? I think you can only stab and then slice the one serpent twice. I don't think you can actually do anything to the other serpent. If I'm remembering right. You just sneak by him and steal his viscera. Forgot to equip. There's 2, yes. Time for Wild's title update 2. Let's see what all the hype around Lagiacrus is. I haven't even played title update 1 yet. Actually, the same white serpent. Yeah, there are 2 white serpents, but I think you do all of the damage to only one of them. Oh, if that had knocked me off, if I did a successful frontside dojo and then got knocked off because of his shuriken, that would have been very unfortunate. Nice. Lil Aggie Chris. Only one lightning. When he does that lightning first, he will not do the other lightning after, so it's always a 1 lightning when he does that one. How do you double jump midair like that? So we're actually jumping off the side of the building. The side of the building is just a little bigger than it looks. They made the side of the building basically a giant rectangle to try to, like, prevent you from jumping up onto the roof immediately. I assume that's why they would make it a giant rectangle. But we just jump onto the roof anyway. A giant rectangle is a bit of an oversimplification of the shape of it, but close enough. A wall kick, not a double jump. Yep. I think it's sort of implied that the 2 heads of the snake are connected. They're either side of it. It's like a cat-dog situation, but it's like a snake-snake. But I'm not sure on that. A giant thing with corners is more accurate. Yeah. The penetrator boss is the most fun parry for you. Could see that. Alright, nice. Got the quick kill. Gold! A very quick kill. Yo, Hector! Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Thank you for the good luck. It'd be weird if the snake has 2 heads, because how would it poop? But how does cat dog? Maybe it just doesn't. It is a mythological creature, after all. It just turns your body that it eats into an offering to the gods or something. How does it determine where to go? Do you mean the Shichiman? It always goes to the spot that is furthest from where you are. Not like in the entire arena, but it has like 3 locations it can go to. So it figures out which of those 3 is the furthest from where you are, and then goes there. So we stand around until it picks its spot that it's gonna go, which is a little bit before it actually appears. It's already picked the spot. And then we run towards the spot that it picked. And we know where it's gonna be because we stand in the same spot, and it's always gonna go as far away from us as possible. Nice. Or the 2 heads are connected to something else, like a Hydra. Could be. Is it better to play with mouse and keyboard than play with controller? No, it is the same. It is whatever you like. It's whatever you prefer. There are world record holders that play on keyboard and mouse, and world record holders that play on controller. The current best players for pretty much every category right now is keyboard and mouse. Because Wormdog, I'm pretty sure, is a keyboard and mouse gamer, and Pumpkin is a keyboard and mouse gamer, and so is Beta. So I believe almost every world record currently is held by keyboard and mouse, if I'm not mistaken. But former world records were with controller, and then the world records before that were with controller, and then the world record before that was with keyboard and mouse, and like it's just, it doesn't matter. Both are great for playing the game, and both are great for speedruns. I feel like keyboard and mouse gives you more freedom for reflex and camera adjustment. It's undeniably better for camera adjustment, but camera adjustment isn't always necessary, so it's not like a big advantage. It's just like, that is one possible thing that's nice. One thing that's nice about controller is you don't really have to control the camera. You can just leave the camera somewhere and you can just like do whatever you need. Whereas on keyboard and mouse, I've got to move the camera if I want to be going in the right direction. Whoa. So it's like keyboard and mouse is better at camera, but it's also necessary to use camera. So I might argue that maybe keyboard and mouse is like a slightly higher skill, you know, floor. Like you have to be a little better maybe to play keyboard and mouse than controller. And at the highest level, maybe that leads to some minor advantages with that extra skill. But if there is a difference, it is still pretty minor in terms of both skill and usefulness. Do you need to be in the US to count for the Opera downloads? I am not sure. That is not something that I double-checked with. I don't think so. I think we've had people outside the US download and install, and I think it's counted. It just has only been updating once a day. He rang the bell for good luck. Maybe once it gets to midnight. Maybe in 36 minutes it'll suddenly update. For our once a day. Well, midnight my time. Nice. Good. Better than the last one. Close enough, we'll take it. Definitely not perfect, but we'll take it. Are there any games which you play with controller or any games which you're good with controller? The only game that I consistently play with controller that I actually play occasionally at least is Super Smash Brothers Melee. I guess also Ultimate, but I don't play that often. I guess I actually haven't played Melee in a long while either, but like I did. I liked to press buttons. Otherwise, I generally just stick to keyboard and mouse where I can. Also, I guess any handheld game, you know, Zelda, Mario on the Switch, you have to do that unless you like did an emulator or something. So I'll play those on the Switch, which is one big controller. How about that a cat is better with a controller than you? But you can learn. A cat might have a hard time learning. Nice. Okay. Remember when your cat tried to unfollow by pressing its nose against the phone? Wow, your cat hates me that much. Understandable, I suppose.
Good luck, bitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Imagine putting 1,000 hours into Smash for the Wii U on Forge. Curse you, Bailey. A crime in these parts. Alright, not exactly the way we were hoping for it. I wasn't really able to get any headshots, but outside of that, it was good attacks that we were able to interrupt. Nice. Alright, we take that. How can you become a Shichiman? Learn to harness the power of terror and or be undead? Maybe? Perhaps? I don't know their lore. Lose your head first? Well, that's a headless. The Shichiman, I think, have 6 heads instead. Or something. Do they? I think that's what Shichimen is supposed to be. 6-headed. Something like that? Or 6-faced or something? Sorry, 7. Sorry, 7. 7? Okay. Yeah, 7. Whoops. Don't do the Shura ending. That would be the wrong ending. Seven faces. That's it. 6 is Roku. There we go. Oh, too early. Did Chichiman steal Headless's head? Maybe, actually. Maybe that's the lore. How come the number didn't go up for new users? It only, unfortunately, updates once a day. So I think we're above 150. Like, I think we've had, like, 20 people try. So in theory, we're way above 150, but it unfortunately does not update in real time. Wonder if I turned it off and on again, if maybe it would try to update. I don't think it would, because I think I tried that when initially it was like stuck at 0 the first day, and I was like, what the heck? $150 already. We were at 120 or 148 2 days ago. 2 chatters downloaded it. I'm one of those chatters. Oh, so you think it might have taken even more than a day? Hopefully it's not just like actually stuck, and at the end they're like, sorry, only 148. Jaeger brain strategy of keeping the number right under the limit to get more people to download. True. I have seen people do that. They'll have like a sub goal, but the sub goal is just the current number of subs plus 1 every time. So it always is like, wow, we're always 1 away from our sub goal. And then when somebody subs, the goal just goes up by 1. That was a nice fight. I think that's correct. Apparently it was slightly late. It was not correct. This is so sad. I think that's called fraud. I mean, it's like a sub goal for nothing. It's not like I will do this at this number. It's just like they just have it on screen like that at all times. Nice. Nice. The counter guy doesn't work weekend. That's probably it. They've got one guy who's got to check every single install and update the number. This is the run. It's certainly a good run. Certainly could be. I wonder if in the all memories run where they don't need the Shichiman after, whether you have to fully execute the double ape there or whether you can just do the one death blow and then leave. I would guess you can just do the one death blow then leave because it gives you the memory. And if the category is called all memories. The trick to a good run is to have sponsor block part of the status bar. Maybe it is. That is what our 115-18 did. Opera GX is giving us the power to get a good run. With its speed made for gamers. We'll take that. Little off gold, but not too bad. Ivy. Get to work world record just dropped? Oh, wait, who? Lower than the 751? You? What time did you get? 8:10. Nice. Let's go. I mean, sub 8 is right there, though. Truly the GOAT. Unluck. Double unluck. Oh, congrats, Ivy. Frost and Kitty were in the call. Shout out to those two. Let's go. Was it a first try quint? I assume so. I assume you need first try quint these days for any chance at world record. This is the one with the dogs, and I just didn't remember. I was ready for a completely different boss right now. Oh. Here's hoping the dogs aren't a problem. Spoiler alert, the dogs will be a problem. Spoiler alert, the dogs were a problem. Spoiler! Oh, what? Where? What? I have never jumped out of that window before. Okay. I didn't know that was possible. No jump was just to flex on him. Well, it was slower, but at least I didn't die. Yo. Best fight in the game. Well, in that form. Went through Elden Ring once again. After that, you need to continue your randomizer run in Sekiro. Ah, sounds fun. Have this problem with the headless, they fight back. They do? Sounds like your game might be bugged. I don't think they're supposed to do that. Beautiful. Most unlucky start. Pretty sure that was multiple partials, unfortunately. Okay, still decent. What? No way. No way you queued that up. It's definitely been more than 30 seconds. Ah, well. Hit by the wind! No, my hitless run! It's over. It was a little too gusty today. My hitless run is over. We tried Elden Arts 2.3. They had made a huge update that is like the Sekiro DLC that we didn't get. I don't know about 2.3. I have tried a version of Elden Arts. At a whole new area. Huh.
Good luck, Mitch.
I didn't think they were making an overhaul mod. Don't like getting randomly shot. No, not the stomp too. Oh, please. No, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. I dodged early, I got scared. Ah, horrible, horrible, horrible luck. He was just like stalling until I got shot. I was doing perfectly fine and then I got shot and I just couldn't do anything about it. And then the stomp doesn't kill you as long as you don't get shot beforehand. But of course we were shot beforehand, so it killed me. Will there be a bingo run again? There definitely will be bingo in the future. There will definitely be more Elden Ring bingo through bingo brawlers. There will be Sekiro bingo. Probably, hopefully soon after SGDQ, I can just get Aggie and Josh and whoever else to play. All right, we take those. Unfortunate that Shigekichi is like the worst place for things to go wrong. You lose so much time. And sometimes there's just literally nothing you can do. Is Sekiro your favorite FromSoft or just the one you like to speedrun the most? It is my favorite game. Full stop. The first time you've seen the explosion work? No, it works at least okay pretty often. Maybe not perfectly every time, but it works at least okay most of the time. This game really is that good. A true 10 out of 10. Yep. I think that's a dangerous scoop. I think we should not scoop there. Game needs Tomoe DLC. It would be nice if it had some sort of DLC. They added Hyul Store into Sekiro. Oh, and one of the overhaul mods? In the Elden Arts, I guess? That is interesting. Oh, thanks for the good luck. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's real not good. Okay. can link the mod. You're afraid you might get muted. You would not get muted, but I can look it up after. Ah, I shouldn't have done that. It's fine. Alright. Look it up after. Definitely ask permission before posting links, though. Yeah. Your third speedrun of Sekiro finally got sub 1 hour. Yo, grats. Pretty good since enemy can't block Bloodblade. Oh, they definitely can. That's why we have to turn around so that they don't. Unless you mean a different thing. Mortal Draw definitely can be blocked. And it's something we have to avoid. I'm at 54 minutes. Ah, or something. Okay. You mean bestowal? Oh, so, that, I think they can still block your attack part, but I guess they can't block the bestowal part? Okay, gotcha. Yeah. What's the most RNG fight in a speedrun when it comes to Sekiro? The one that RNG'd us on this run. Shigekichi. It is definitely Shigekichi. Oh, this sucks. Oh, that's not what I was hoping for. I'm gonna die. Didn't die, but I do have to rest. I think that was about as good as I could do for the situation I was in. Little unfortunate at the end, but not bad of a fight there. That was a fast owl fight. That was actually, like, kind of, not like slow, but that was definitely not correct. Like, it should have been a few attacks faster than that, but we got unlucky with him jumping away at the end. Like, he's supposed to be pretty scripted. Like, 95% of the time, he should die in, like, exactly the same amount of hits. Wrong one! Uploading video, let's go. What a bro taking the death blow for him. Nice. How many attempts did Ishin take you on your first ever playthrough back in 2019? Wasn't counting. Couldn't tell you. I can tell you at least several hours, though. I can tell you that it was long enough that I recall it taking a long time. Yeah, unlucky. Three days to beat him for the first time. But how long per day? If you were putting in 3 8-hour days, that's a lot. But if it was like 3 days of like an hour or two each, might have taken you the same amount of time it took me. Like 2 hours a day. Okay. That still seems pretty reasonable. You here watch a few videos, you want to know what's this about? It's about completing Sekiro as fast as possible. Killing every one of the bosses. Very unlucky Ishin phase 1. Nice. One attempt per day. If it's one attempt per day and it took you 3 days, you know, you'd be doing pretty good there, I'd say. Hello? Sent it in the top grab chat. Nice. Okay. Yare. Ah. Strange that he took one extra attack there than he normally does. And then he just didn't want to give me that one attack, it just missed. Unlucky. Ooh, don't like that. Do not like that. Okay. Can't be banned because the run was cursed before your arrival. But maybe it was, you know, the fact that you would arrive that cursed it. We do single canyon or no canyon skip at SGDQ? No canyons. I think it's just too risky. Beautiful. Like, Demon of Hatred looks so easy while it's the hardest boss. I don't think it's the hardest boss, but you know, everything's not too difficult in a speedrun where you've got a set plan for it. And canyons with left snake. Perfect. He somehow lived. Is quite a rare circumstance. Is using malcontent is faster, but I don't think so. No, it would definitely be not faster. It doesn't actually do damage to him, so you'd be spending your emblems just to get R1s when you could instead be spending your emblems to get mortal draws, which do more damage. It might be a nice, like, safety strat of, like, well, at least he's not going to run away because I can just stop him from running away, but it would not be faster. With Emma and Oren, when doing the front death blow, he holds them gently with the back air death blow. He's just like, get out of here. Just get out of here. Okay, I just need a really, really good get to work and we can still PB this. And by a really, really good get to work, I mean I need to hit Quint skip or I need to get an immediate backup on Quint skip. Because if I don't get it right away, I'm going to keep trying for it like I would in a showcase. Sub 10, not sub 10. We only need sub 12. We only need sub 12 to get a 125, which I could do without even doing Quint, but I'd have to forego even attempting it, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to attempt it, so I probably need to hit it first try. Go IV%. Why is confetti such a nice color? All goes weak to nice colors like that. Probably. Now that they exist no longer in the visible spectrum.
This story is a metaphor for climbing the corporate ladder. And you may be thinking that the rollerblades are a little goofy. But just last year, people were selling other people's digital copies of monkeys to try and get ahead. So, rollerblades are really not that far-fetched. And who doesn't like a little speed in their life? So, rollerblades it is. But just remember that everyone struggles to get job interviews, so try not to get too discouraged. Good luck.
Good luck.
Hey, welcome to your first job interview. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking, but just relax and do your best. You're sure to get the job. Congratulations, you've completed the interview process. Unfortunately, the company needs you to do a take-home interview. I see a note here that says, sorry for making you jump through all these hoops. Oh, yeah. So the company just needs one more interview. The note here says, last one, we promise. And to ignore the hoops on fire. That's just a technical bug in their hiring system. There it is, the offer letter. You grab the letter and read it out loud. We regret to inform you that the role has been filled. Ah, going back to square one always stings, but you're not alone. This happens to everyone at some point in their lives. Luckily, your mom says that your Uncle Gerald has a friend who can hook you up with a job at their warehouse. I know it's your birthday, but the company saves money when the new hires do their training on Saturday nights. So it's time to get to work. Congratulations on completing your training. Go home, get some rest. Tomorrow is your first real day at work.
Oh, that works though. All right, we take those.
So, rumor has it that corporate spent all of their
Good
money
luck,
on fighting
Mitch.
Ted's injury
Thank
lawsuit.
you for the good luck.
So they've thrown you a pizza party instead, which, according to your boss, is arguably better. But don't worry, a manager's position has opened up, and that comes with a pay raise. Your mom walks into your room with a letter. You got the job. Tomorrow is your first day
Nice.
as an unpaid intern. What an honor. Some would be discouraged knowing they only got the job because their obsession with rollerblades.
That's on me. You can't strafe in the air like that. What was I even
A
thinking?
little discouraged as well.
You gotta send it till you're over the lip, then you can strafe or slow down.
Congratulations, you've finished training. Now the real work begins.
Ah, not quite.
Your boss Bill has his office on the first floor and seems like a really nice guy. Great taste in coffee too. Hopefully you can really impress him with your grind.
Good backup.
On the third floor, you meet your boss's boss, who is impressed with your can-do attitude. He says if you keep it up, he might put in a good word for that in-house interview.
Okay. Still way better than having to go around. Not bad.
It's that time again, chat. Grab your pitchforks, grab your torches. Let's have ourselves a good old-fashioned riot, people riot, hashtag justice for Maya.
No one is going to notice you if you don't make
What?
yourself stand out. Being a cog means doing a lot of the same.
Maya
things
got the
over
justice
and
she
over.
deserved.
But the
Being
company
banned
wants
forever
us
for
to
being a
come
bad
up
luck
with a
charm.
good impression.
That's the
Go
justice.
away.
Which is definitely what happened.
After spinning your wheels for a year, you finally get invited to the company mixer. Rubbing shoulders with middle management has you inspired. You want to be one of them.
I am diving in front of the bullet to defend Maya, people riot, hashtag justice for Maya.
What I already explained. That is justice.
Finally, the company opens up a
Jumping in front of the
single
bullet would be
management
anti-justice.
All you have to do is beat the rest of the applicants and the job is yours. The bumpers are a metaphor for the other applicants. The second round of interviews cuts out 90% of the applicants. The herd has been thinned out and you're still standing strong. Wait, somehow Ted is in the running? When did he get a job here? It doesn't matter. Just stay focused and get that job. After months of grueling interviews, corporate rules, endless schmoozing, you find a letter on your
Nice.
desk. one of the two positions is yours. They created another position for Ted. His uncle is a VP. The prestige of middle management. You're assigned a team of juniors, a huge pay raise, and your own office with a view. Not that office. Don't be ridiculous. Oh, and by the way, if your team's earnings drop to the bottom 30%, you'll be fired. Welcome to middle management. No one really knows what you do here, and in fact, no one really knows how to get promoted. Progressing at this stage of your career feels like a confusing maze with no clear path forward.
Good.
Good evening, chat. This is Maya's wife.
Calls you with a job
She
offer,
left
but you have
behind
to
30
decide
children
right
that will now go
now.
unfed because of Mitch's injustice. Hashtag justice for Maya.
Well, the children should have thought of that before Maya committed the crime of being unlucky. I mean, surely the children don't want an unlucky mother. That would be... have to do the backup. Darn. It was a very weird speed. It was like...
Department head and decide to take on the Deutler portfolio. If you pull it off, you'll
Just
secure 2 votes on the
not
board.
bouncing in the right
If you
spots.
don't, you'll be fired. You did it. You pulled off the
Good first try
Deutler
backup,
portfolio, you
though.
crazy son of a gun. Unfortunately, the vote is tomorrow, and you're 1 vote short. Looks like it's better luck next
Still
time.
Gringe.
You're still convinced that being a full-time YouTuber is for absolute degenerates. But he was such a class act that it was enough to sway the vote. You are the new department head. The FBI sweep the whole leadership team into prison, just as you thought. They need a new VP. And as the first candidate to apply without a criminal record, you're instantly chosen. They don't even look at your resume. Being a VP at a large company puts you in the top 0.01%. But it's not enough. The goal is and has always been to be CEO. You have no idea how, but all you know is that you need to keep grinding.
Okay, if we get first try Quint, Maya is unbanned forever and could never be banned again. It's the only way to prove that Maya's a good luck. Oh, it was so close, but it was not enough. No! Maya, banned forever. Banned literally forever. Could not have gone worse. It was so close that the not working was as bad as possible.
This is the ghost of Maya, this is retribution Mitch, justice will be served for your cruelty.
Look, it's not cruelty. It's just what had to happen. For the sake of everyone. Can't allow a criminal with bad luck to roam free. Oh, still so close, but still not there. Way too low. Way too high. Oop. Little too low. That was close to a sub 135. Yep, it was a pixels off. Like as close as you can be without it actually succeeding. Pixels aren't technically the correct units for what we're doing, but I don't care. Pixels off. Oh. Pixels off again. Too much juice. Too much juice. Too little juice. Too little juice. Alright, we've got like 1 or 2 more tries before we need to just do the easy way to make sure get to work comes in underestimate. Oh. Ah, way too little. Wait, not way too little. Just right? Oh, just... That was strange. It felt like it should have been way too... What was that bounce? Well... Now we definitely don't get to try Quint anymore. What was that? I was definitely holding grab. RGB... Wait. What? But I was just holding grab. Didn't you say you need to like let go of it there? To get that bounce? RGB just a B. Ah. Oh, what am I doing? Don't do this anymore. We're past 15 minutes. Hopefully I get the backup, but... Okay, I need to just bounce here. Use that to go over here. That'll do. Release grab bounce. Yeah, but I don't think I released grab. I don't think I released grab. Did I? I felt like I was just holding it. I feel like
The CEO of your old company is considering retirement. There's only room at the top for one, but now's your chance. You got this.
We do have my inputs on screen, so...
Just before the CEO of your old company retires, he gets arrested for embezzlement. But you've been schmoozing the board of directors for years, taking on hard portfolios, buying dinners at the country club, and turning a blind eye to embezzlement. You're ready to take the leap. All of your hard work has finally paid off. The board of directors have voted, and the journey is over. You have
Sag.
climbed the corporate ladder, a feat that very, very few people
Could have been it. Definitely.
There really is no
Definitely could have been it. We just needed to hit the quint. Had to re-upload to fix the vid, but we game. Let's go. So, a 140.15. So we were 7 minutes below estimate in Sekiro and 3 minutes below estimate in Get to Work, where I could have been way more below estimate in Get to Work, but I was like just trying to hit the quint skip. Okay. Oh, apparently, so tomorrow, I'm going to be showing off Get to Work at a GDQ hotfix, and I have just been requested to prep the true ending just in case the previous run ends super early, so that the entire thing doesn't go, like, you know, ends like half hour early. Billionaire, yes. So we should practice. I'll just open back up Get to Work. We should practice true ending Get to Work. So this would be where Ivy, I need you to teach me easy, good strats for Billionaire plus for Get to Space. I don't need the world record strats, but if there's any like, oh, actually there's an easy, like, you go left here instead of right, and it's... You have not done Billionaire. Well, I need you to summon... Kitty, can you help me? We love Billionaire. If it ends 30 minutes early, I don't know how much Billionaire ending will help, as it's a 4-minute section. Yes, but I'm bad, so I can make that a 10-minute section. Huh? You can help with Billionaire. All right. Just pick yourself up by your bootstraps.
Just pick yourself up by your bootstraps.
Exactly. Exactly. That's all we need. Okay, so starting out, is there any setup to get these first jumps? Because, like, I remember just doing them casually. It was, like, always at just barely the wrong speed. Or do you literally just, like, fly out the door and just, like, turn and go? That doesn't seem like it's enough. Back to work. Setup is kind of just right at the door. Okay. That looks like it at least works enough. Oh! Not quite. Maybe slightly... Actually, I almost think it's slightly maybe in front of the door to get a little less speed at the start so that you get a better hop there. That was still very bouncy,
After
but it
your
made it, I
first year as
guess.
CEO, you realize that if you stop caring about the work-life balance of your employees, your profits go up. And now your net worth has doubled.
In a wheelchair? No, these are rollerblades. And I'm pretty sure there's like a skip here where you don't have to do all this. Is it easy? I think it was easy from looking at the...
You buy your first private
Turn around,
jet,
there's a skip. Okay.
only to find out
Where?
that all the other CEOs
Where,
have
how?
private jets as well. You're disappointed at how easy it is to buy a private jet. What a bother.
I presume we could start from here. Is it... mods? YouTube? Mods? Is it just here and then you just like... up like that? Oh boy. Alright, is there a follower-only mode for YouTube? Otherwise, mods, you guys are gonna have to be real quick on the bans. Subscriber only. I don't... Yeah, I guess maybe that's possible. Alright, I guess we'll do subscriber only. Let me see if I can turn that on. Sorry about this. We're apparently getting hate rated or something. I don't know what's up. So we'll just go ahead and turn on subscriber only mode. Sorry about this. Let's see. How do I do that? Community moderation? No, that's like the whole community. No, that's not it. Can you even do that? Maybe you can't even do that in YouTube. Well, at least if there is, I have no idea how. First time that's happened. Yeah, that's a little weird. Sorry about that, YouTube. I guess mods just have to be on it for a little bit. How do I get enough speed for that? Right. I need to keep the speed from there. That's going to be the main thing. So maybe I back it up one more step. Maybe we go from here. So that we can keep speed around. You want to go higher. Okay. Maybe not that high. Maybe that works. And then you just go, is it just to here? Is this the skip part? And then you just, and then what from here? Stay more left. You want to be on the wall still? No. Okay. Oh, you want to like go to that like curved section or a slanted section and use that to get up? You'll grab the slant. Gotcha. Okay. And then use that to get here and then climb. That's it. Okay. Nice. Nice. Okay. That doesn't seem terribly hard. Hey. Oh, too much trying to, like, go straight there. Just climb up and then move over at the end, I think. There we go. Okay, nice, nice. Yeah, just go directly up till you completely lose speed, then go to the right. Doesn't seem too bad. Ah! Oh, okay. There is a little overhang, though, so if you go too far up, you get pushed out. Okay, we're learning, we're learning. Yeah, apology. Yeah, YouTube chat, I'm sorry. You guys are... unfortunately, I have absolutely no idea how to do a subscribers-only mode to prevent this, so mods are doing what they can. And Twitch chat is just here wondering, what? Okay. I wonder if we, like, ended the YouTube stream and restarted it. I mean, they'd probably find it again. I don't know. I don't know what the solution would be. They'll probably be gone by tomorrow, though. They tend to get bored. Found it? Yes! Let's go. Thank you, mods. Let's go. W. Thank you. There we go. Nice. Getting it, getting it. Sub-only mode. That should work. It's mobile only. You have to go on mobile to activate sub-only mode. Oh, classic YouTube. That's so silly. Nice. Back to work. Classic YouTube. And now we know what to do in the future. That was stressful, yeah. Okay.
I'm going to harness all my bad luck at the stinky bad chatters. Maybe then I can make amends.
Maybe. Perhaps that would do it. Okay. Let's practice also. So this is seeming pretty easy. I think we're already pretty decent at this. And then let's see backups. So if you get to here, would you just want to do it all again? Or I think you can just keep enough speed to make it up here, and then you can just do it normally this way. Yeah, I think this is the backup if you get stuck there. And if you get pushed all the way off so you fall down here, I think the only backup is to go try it again. Yeah, definitely. Okay. We just ramp up, you understand the idea, yeah. Simple, simple. Very nice. Okay, and then from here, I think you just this to this, skip the ramp to this. Okay, is the top grab easy or hard? Is it go for it or skip it? Because I know that there is a top grab here. You can do it from PC using the instructions you posted supposedly. Not sure how viable it is though. Okay, okay. Well, yeah, I'll look at that later and see if I can figure it out. They come back in 20 minutes putting on members only. Seems like this is the highest duration you can set. Yeah. It's easy, but also hard. Okay. What I would do, as it still saves time, is I would do a crappy top grab to get on top of the building to the left, then fall on top horizontally to get an easy setup for the top grab. So we're doing the same top grab twice just to get an easier time of setting it up. Would the first one I'd want to do at 60 or 45? So you'd want me to do this either. Okay. Just to set up the top grab. And then when I get the top grab, what direction do I hold? Where am I going? Hand more left. So we want to go right here. You'll head left. So I'll look the direction it's going, then I'll hold left to land into the... Is it into the slide or is it into the... Maybe I should just try it and see where I go and adjust. Oh. Am I supposed to get all the way up to that? Few different areas you can land. Okay. It seemed like I did not have the height there. It's that one? The skinny one? Or, you know, wherever I end up. Right. I'm just not making it there. I'm just not making it to any of them. I assume it's got to be one of those, though. Oh, like that? And then... Okay.
You celebrate by
It made it, but I mean, that obviously wasn't overall faster, but I mean, it's at least a bit of a showcase of a skip, which I think is fine for a one-day prep. And then if I have to go there, it's just not the end of the world, and then we're fine. Okay. Got it. As early of an area as you can go for consistency, either do the second to last or third to last platform. Gotcha. This is just in case there is time left over. This is not expected to be perfect. Exactly, exactly. Okay, so then I believe on that one there, you can like slide left out of it and hit into that one there. But is that a good strat? Is that something I should do? Who is Bill, and why does he air ions? That's a good question. The Bill, the Iron Air. Or Ion Air. It's the ramp that gets you the podcast. There is a faster strat, but it's hard. Would do the tech to get to that top grab. Not worth the fail. Okay. So you would do this. Did not exit late enough. Golden parachute, save me.
Oh, don't be silly. You're too rich to fail. Just relax. Your golden parachute will keep you safe from having to mingle amongst those filthy poors. Could you imagine having to?
Could you imagine?
As a VP? The audacity.
The audacity. Don't head left that early. Do the normal route for a bit longer. Okay. Right. So we do that to do this, to do this. To do a little top grab, just to reset up the top grab. No! Should have built up speed. Now I know. Oh, no, I need to climb to the middle. Don't just build up speed on the side. It's just gonna fling you to out. Good to know, good to know. Good for practice. So go to here. Climb up to the middle. To get to here. To build the iron air. Or build ion air. Keep going normally for a bit. Is it here that I want to do a different jump? Like this? Oh, that is not correct. No. Nope. Okay. The ions aired Bill. It's pretty easy. I like that. I like that. That's... Oh! I don't like that. Yeah, no way I make that. Oops. Any backup from here? Nah, looks like you just do it again. Okay. No! Speed again. I'll just... Did you do it from here? I actually think you maybe could. Oh, you can. Oh, but I didn't mash well enough. Bill's just built different. Oh, you don't even need a top grab. You can just do like a regular old grab to get up. Okay, so where do I want to go to get? Help me. Never try to guess. Ah, nice. So at what platform? Is it still one of the light blue ones? Is it one of the darker ones? Where am I, like, skipping from? Is it just do the whole way normally all the way till that one in the distance, and then instead of going to the stuff over to the right, just from that one in the distance going left? First or second ramp after half pipe. You'll hand left and forward after the first ramp after the half pipe. Left and forward after the first ramp after the half pipe. First or second ramp after the half pipe. Head left. So the half pipe gets me to this, which would then get me to there, and then I go left. Okay. I think I understand. I understand. Hold left and forward. Hold left and forward. Let me try. Let's see if I understand. Okay, so half pipe. Gets me to this one. Which gets me to this one, and then I just hold forward left out of it. Over to here. Okay, this is where you wanted me to, right? Perfect. Okay, that was simple. That was simple. Nice. Now, top grab here. Top grab this on 45 to get to the black area. Is it easy? It's just to that, like, kind of turnaround block, right? Dark black, long ramp. So not that. So the one, that one. The big, long one that gets to there. If you can land on it. Yes. Don't try to land clean into the ramp. Just stabilize, and then you can just ride it. And yes, the long one heading over there. Okay, okay. That seems tough, but let me give it a little attempt. Wait, that seems really hard. Wait, what? That seems really hard. And then I have to, like, keep speed? Went into a deep top grab earlier. Nose, stop on the black thing. Oh. Want to be further back on it, and then you can just, like, make it up anyway? Okay, interesting. Too low. Which I think low means I was too far, like, back on the ramp. Okay. Luckily, that's not scary in any way. It works perfectly fine. Want to level up your hair game. Perfect. No longer poor and bald. Okay, an early top grab, further left, and just land on it at all. Oh! It is like moon gravity. It's like different and weird and not what I'm expecting. Oh, it wasn't enough speed. So it just kind of yoinked me off. You got this. Yeah, I just got to get used to the differences there in that. Whoa! That's not gonna work. Yeah, can't even back that up. It's a weird yet obsessive game, yeah. It's a fun one to speedrun. It's like basically made for speedrunning, including a built-in timer, which is really nice. I can just, like, go for it on the first one, and if I don't make it, I just land at the top, and it's just fine. Ooh, that's fine. Uh-oh. My hand is hurting! Okay. Whew. Easy, simple. Spider-Man. This is the main game, but it's like after the regular ending, there's like an extra level for like the true ending. Okay, so... Not quite. Early top grab. To the left. Slow down. Just land on it and then just go like this? That's not enough! I guess I was supposed to back all the way to the very back of it. As far back as you can. Gotcha. Does this even save a lot? I guess maybe it's easy enough when you're good at it that it doesn't matter. I feel like this wouldn't even save that much. It does, yeah? Oh, okay. Oh, no, actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, it does save a good bit. Yeah. Nice. Oops. Too low. Minute or more save in total when you add it all together. That is a good bit, yeah. Oh, too low of a top grab. Does the radiance wait for you at the true end? Yes. The radiance of the sun glinting off your bald head. Working to get. Not again. Okay, never mind. Easy climb. That's not it. Is there any... Wait. I guess I would just hold forward. If that happens, I would just hold forward and I would end up where you're normally supposed to go from that. If I don't get the top grab. Which is only back a little bit. Billionaire ending. Mr. Krabs waits at the end with his first $1. Oh, that was interesting. And you need to take it to be your billionth $1. Boss fight. That was pretty slick. Okay, so you just go all the way to the back, and then you just get full speed and you make it? Aha!
Social media company
Okay, that's not bad.
in all Western countries, and now you are the only social
He did the
media
fastness.
active, making you the 10th richest person in the world. You're so bored with
And then here I've seen what the 750 runs do. I don't think I can climb it faster than just bouncing up. I don't think I can do that. Does this DLC forget to work? Not so you run this section. This is the true ending. This is the post credits extra level true ending. So we just bounce up normally, because I am not doing the wall climb there. Believe in yourself? No, like, it's like macro needed. I'm not using a macro, so... Okay, are you just supposed to climb this, or are you supposed to use the thing? I feel like you're supposed to use the thing. This feels like... It's definitely possible, but... Definitely not a climb. Okay. Playing this as a donation incentive. We are playing this not for SGDQ. They rejected this. I did submit it. This will be in case there's a bunch of extra time for a GDQ hotfix that'll be on tomorrow. Or I guess technically later today. In 12 plus 5 hours. In 17 hours. We all hate climbing. You would never want to climb willingly. You top grab this. You can top grab these launchers? Thought it was accepted. Wasn't this posted a while ago? Top grab the flat part at the end. Okay. For Summer Games Done Quick, the big charity marathon, it was rejected. I did submit it. It was rejected though. I think they thought it was too much extra time in the marathon because I submitted it as a 10-minute estimate. I know it's only supposed to be a 4-minute section, but like that means you put a 10-minute estimate, you know, because something's gonna go wrong. And I think they thought that was like too much added on to a 20-minute estimate run. Geometry is weird looking. Okay. And then when you get the top grab, I guess I'll just see where we go. Oh! Don't launch over it. This is our best way back. So you just like roll onto it and then at the end. Oh! And then I should have, like, kept my speed a little better, but if you need to, you just climb at the end?
Blood, sweat, and
okay, that makes sense.
Of your employees,
It just shows you playing Get to Work and Sekiro plus 2 couch sessions. Correct. I will be doing all of those, yes. So, not Get to Work is accepted. Sorry, let me be very clear. Get to Work is accepted. The true ending bonus was rejected. At Summer Games Done Quick. Perhaps I was stating that weirdly, and it was unclear, but... Okay, so let's try it again. So we go 45. Billionaire was not accepted. Yeah. That was your confusion. Okay, gotcha. My bad. I did not say it clearly enough. That seemed weird. It was like I suddenly got like accelerated off of it. Which might be what happens. I don't know exactly the angle to keep to get up there, but that's fine. Opera GX thing says 240 new users now. Well, I guess it updated for the day. I guess we got 92 new users today. Nice. I honestly, it was saying 148 for several days. I think it updated not once a day. I think it updated for the last several days. We did it. Because I was like, how long can it stay at 148? Let's go. We've done it. All right, now I definitely don't need this text here. Okay, so now... Same top grab. No top grab here, right? It's just launch and go and kind of get bonked and then climb up. Sponsor overlay got to work. Masterful influencer. The influencest. That, I think part of what I said there sounded not great. But anyway. Don't even grab it. You just climb over. Oh. You just... This? That works. Okay. So now... I suppose last thing, is there any tech for the end here? You don't want to splat, right? So you've got to, like, stop holding forward, or... Do you... You want to land, like, here-ish? To keep speed? Teleportation? Teleportation does sound faster. Just try to slow down to land on the first one without face planting. What about that second one there? Because I slowed down again. Did I not need to do that? Okay, cool. And that would be the end. But if I... There's a wall here? But now how am I supposed to fall down and practice it again? You think it's a climbable wall? Doesn't look like it. Scant. They did not want you failing this final bit. Come on, that would have been so funny though. You can fall down earlier on. Okay. Practice denied. Just give me enough speed. On the couch for the Bloodborne run, yes. Surely we jump over the wall here. No! There was still too much wall. This DLC, never seen this level. This is the true ending after the regular ending.
During the couch on Bloodborne run, will you be wearing maid costume or maid costume?
No. Aha, there we go. Where am I? Oh, there we go. All right, we made it back down to practice again. Whoa, and now it looks like space. We changed the skybox. Darkness glitch. Oh, there goes our glitchless run. Ah, almost. But I know that there's now a backup here where you just go up here to the opposite. Whoops. That wasn't the correct way to get speed. Go get some speed, then up. Yoop. Yoop. There we go. Good backup. Oh, just not enough height. Still not enough height. It's like the inner sanctum glitch. Yeah, we can do basically 2 of this glitch in one run. That'll do. So then we do this. darn. I feel like I should do that a little better, but as long as I can climb, it's just not that big of a deal. Oh, missed. Okay, we gotta practice that one. That's still the hardest jump here, probably. It's not a glitch, it's an oversight. Proceeds to clip out of bounds. Okay. But from here, get a little more speed. Then... Oh, too low. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. This is the hard one. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Up, 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 up. Just very normal. Do not go for the climb here. That's macro only climb. TAS only climb. Okay, top grab here. Not quite how I envisioned it, so I guess we could do a second top grab here, probably? Ooh. Yeah, actually that works. That actually works. Haha! Okay. Little on the fly backup. No! Hold forward more there. It is a full speed. That's why they've got the little ramp at the end to catch you. And then here, probably just keep speed. Right up a little. And then climb, 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 climb. Boom. Okay. That doesn't seem so bad. Yo, what up, Quenter? What's going on right today? I'd say it's going pretty well. Had a little bit of a situation earlier in the YouTube chat, but now that that's resolved, yeah, it's been going good. Ah! I guess you need to use the grab button to not splat. Oops. Quinter? Holy. Have you ever played Celeste? I have played basically all of Celeste in 30-minute increments. I used to have a thing where anybody could challenge me to any game that they wanted. And so I was challenged to basically all of Celeste. One level at a time. Just redeemed. I challenge you to this speedrun this level of Celeste. And then I challenge you to speedrun this level of Celeste. So I've played pretty much all of it. One completely separate level at a time. Saying you've done farewell. I didn't do the extra secret mega hard whatever level. I didn't complete that. They completed it. I went, sorry, I can't do this one. Like it's been too long. This isn't a Celeste stream. I got to give up on this one. But I think I did the final regular level. Whatever that one was. Sounds disruptive. It was. That's why I had to kind of stop it, because it was like it's fun, but it was disruptive to what we were doing on stream.
Program is a success, and your notoriety propels sales.
You are the richest man in space.
In the quietness of space, you pull up your phone and check your bank account. The number is bigger than anyone else's in the world. You are now the richest man alive.
The richest man alive.
In 10 years' time, the average person will be able to go to the moon, but they'll never have as big of a number when they check their bank account. You look around to celebrate, but it's just you. You check your phone again. You think it goes up a bit more, but you can't tell. You think about buying some more companies to celebrate, but anyone can buy a company. It's awfully quiet in space. Now what?
What a good last line for the true ending. Now what? Never actually heard that dialogue. Where does the outer space exploration DLC add-on? That's what we need. Then it would be a perfect game. All right. Cool. Awesome. So it's 136. Let's do another Sekiro into Get to Work. We'll pause. We'll count our like PB when we get to CEO. And then we'll continue and we'll practice post-CEO again. Practice Billionaire again. Seems like a good plan to me. Gets to 810, doesn't finish secret ending. Sekiro to work. Get to Sekiro. This game has a positive message. All billionaires should be sent to space. I mean, they can go there anytime they want. What is Get to Work? That was the game we were just playing where we were climbing to the top on rollerblades. Is post CEO a part of your GDQ run? It is not. I submitted it as a bonus and they rejected it. So it will just be for tomorrow, technically later today. I'll be showing off the game at a GDQ hotfix. So I will I will possibly be doing the billionaire stuff at the GDQ hotfix if there is time. I'm the final one of the show, so it's just so that it doesn't end super early. If we need a bit more to do, then I would show off billionaire, and or maybe I'd be like, okay, I really want to hit this quint skip. Let me show it off for a bit longer. Let me give it another, few minutes of attempts. Something like that. I can fill time if needed. You missed it, just got here. Ah, okay. All right, back to Sekiro. Remember to update the game mods. Yes, if we've got a mod around, that would be awesome. Thank you. I guess I also could. If I do this, is the game updated? It might be. You're doing Sekiro at GDQ. Yes. Sekiro, all bosses glitchless, and then Get to Work. Not back to back, but like separately. on Sunday Sekiro Sunday, and get to work Tuesday. Yeah, GDQ is next week. 1 week from now, we will be at GDQ performing our Sekiro run. Well, not 1 week from this exact moment, but... Ah. I don't want to get to work. Too bad. You have no choice in this matter. You get to work, or work gets to you. No! Should have known. Oh, it's going to be hard to PB already. I bonked a little bit, and then I didn't grab fast enough to salvage it. All it takes is a little bonk, and you don't make it to the cutscene. There we go. I should just always jump up and then immediately grab. There's no reason not to grab, because if I already made it in, I won't grab. And if I didn't make it in, then I'll grab and save myself. Looking at your feet in shames as you don't have your sword yet. Pretty much. It also manipulates the enemies to be less likely that they'll startle Kuro. Somebody give John Sekiro rollerblades. Then he can go faster. Can you imagine rollerblades and a grapple? That would be a game. Somebody needs to make that. Lurk can do some consistency tests. All right. Look down a little too late. How's it going? Why are we in the red? Because we died in the tutorial. So we're going to be in the red for a long time. The earliest we could be back in the green is monkeys, I think.
Boss at SGDQ, or you're going to quit the game after Shigeman.
I'm going to do it in the same order that I've been practicing it. Shichiman will be the last. If I saved Sword Saint for last, we would just be lacking on attack power. It would just be too slow. I don't know why that grapple keeps not working, and now we've got the dog bothering us again. It keeps just completely eating it. Maybe the dog doesn't see us. Seems like we're fine, actually. Oh, never mind. But it only cost me one attack to take it out. That's not bad. Dog percent. Okay. Sure, sure. Dog's world record at 80%. It's perfectly done.
Cutscene cuisines, gigachat gigackets.
I don't think I noticed a Shichiman one. Is it like recent that he got a new any percent, or just like the one that he got a little bit ago? That's nice drip on today, yo. Thank you. I talked over it. Well, how was I supposed to know? Gold. It's 18:15. Okay, yeah. I think I've watched it all the way through, but I don't really remember it. Why are you missing? Well, I don't like when he misses. Always be on the lookout for TTSs. Ah. Showed you the first encounter with the snake. She really hates snakes. Ah, that's, yeah, that would be tough. If you don't like snakes and there's a giant one after you, that would be tough. You get a horror game. One of the only games you actually want to be hidden. Yep. I mean, honestly, like, in all Souls, there's a case where you would want to be hit. If you're doing any, like, you know, parries or anything. Okay, salvaged as best I could, which was not great, but as best I could. All right. On a scale of story mode to I broke 10 controllers, how hard is this game? Definitely closer to I broke 10 controllers, but I don't... It's... Like, I feel like in absolute difficulty, it is I broke 10 controllers difficulty, but it also does such a good job of teaching you that it's like... Even though it's that difficult, you're still like, but I can do it next time. It gives you the confidence to be like, okay, but like, I will still win. It gives you the, nah, I'd win. Well, this is a terrible lone shadow. It's like you only break 3 controllers. I was saying this was the best scale possible. Yes. Except the like I broke 10 controllers is more of like how frustrating it is rather than how difficult it is, I think. Like difficult can be frustrating but doesn't have to be. Horrible. Terrible things that happened after nah, I'd win. Difficult is mostly on a scale of frustration? No, I completely disagree. I don't think difficulty is on a scale of frustration at all. Unless you have a personality type that is automatically like, if something is difficult, I am automatically getting frustrated at it. Because there's been bosses that I've been stuck on for, you know, hours and hours and hours and wasn't frustrated at all. And I was like, I'm having a great time. This is awesome. And then there's been bosses that I've killed in like a few attempts that I've just been severely frustrated even in just those few attempts. Where I'm like, oh my god, I hated that. I hated every second of that, and I'm so glad to be through that. Gale's an example of a boss that's difficult but not frustrating. I feel like Headless, Bull, Demon for a lot of people, Shichiman, like there's a few in Sekiro that I'd put in the like, yeah, these are probably gonna, you know, frustrate you. And a lot of those aren't even that hard. Like Demon's maybe the only one that's both like hard and possibly frustrating. The rest of them are not even that hard of bosses, but they're like very frustrating. And then the actual hardest bosses, your Sword Saints and your Father Owls, are really hard. But like, not really that frustrating at all. At least in comparison. This is the difference between you bosses you like and one you don't, yeah. Upper Jake's counter finally updated. Yeah, let's go. Inner Father is badass. Inner Father is awesome, yeah. If you fight a boss just to get rid of him, I don't think you can enjoy that boss at all. I feel like that's a little chicken and egg. Like, because you don't enjoy a boss, you would just fight them to get rid of them, right? Nice. Fight them to unlock the fun bosses, yeah. I could have interrupted that. Could have. The door is OP. What category is this? All bosses and mini bosses, glitchless. Is that a glitch? Nope. Exploit if anything, yeah. Two, three, 4, 5, 6. It'd be like You know how if you heal, you can get him to do a thrust attack and then you can Mikiri it over and over? It's like, you know, similar to that. There's no such thing as like the looping clause. You're only allowed to do the same thing 3 times in a row, and after that it's a glitch. Like, that's not really how things work. Once he's in the corner, you can only attack him 3 times in a row. Then you must let him leave the corner. Otherwise, it's a glitch. Like, we'll see. Silly. From another country, but I can cleanly understand your language, and it sounds understandable for me. But on Aggie streams, I can't tell what he said. I do like to enunciate very clearly. Part of that is my teaching background. If you speak more clearly, your students will understand you better, and that's good. Also, part of that is my theater background. I'm not a professional actor or anything, but I dabbled. I dabbled in high school and college for fun. Do look like a teacher. Yeah, yeah. Crazy Mitch lore. I've definitely mentioned that before, but theater kid alert. Yep. I really thought I would get him on the previous attack. Must have been just barely too slow, so the Yash ran out. Okay. Glad you chose to be a streamer instead of cooking drugs. Well, yeah. Those are the 2 paths you can go after being a science teacher. You know, if I was bald, it probably would have went the other way. What grade did you teach? High school. High school level. So I taught high school, technically elective classes that could have been for multiple grades. Doesn't like money, that's why he chose to become a teacher. Exactly. Hate it. AGNL has done something unspeakable? Huh? I mean, I guess you did say unspeakable, so... I guess you wouldn't be able to speak about it. Did you teach math and science? In a high school, like an actual public high school, I taught Introduction to Engineering and AP Physics. But then as a private teacher, more like tutor that assigned grades, but it officially counted as high school credit. As a private teacher, I taught like any subject you can think of that is within the math or science. umbrella. But Night Rain, no! Not Night Rain. Physics was your favorite class? Mine too. That's why when I went to college, I got a bachelor's in physics. Before I then got a master's in teaching. Surprisingly enough, it's a Bachelor of Arts in physics. Not a Bachelor of Science. Because physics was put into the College of Letters and Sciences. So, the College of Everything. like, and the College of Letters and Sciences officially gave out Bachelors of Arts degrees. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Physics. Yep. Physics is art, yes.
So why haven't you invented time machine? Or light speed travel? I'm sincerely disappointed in you, son.
Of course I have. But I can't just give those things away for free. How else am I going to become the richest man alive and make it to space? Yo, what up, Shafalovsky? How many bits for time travel? 100 bits, and I'll send you into the future. Good. Oh, usually he can't quite shoot uphill enough, but this time he could. That's fine. Why am I such a night owl? So I've always been a bit of a night owl, just because, like, I don't know. It just, I don't know. I like, maybe I don't even like being up late necessarily, but I have trouble falling asleep early, and I have trouble waking up early.
Called a Bard's Tale. This raft not only let you cross the river, it also is a time travel machine. It sends you to the future. How far to the future? However long it takes for you to cross the river.
Exactly. Now you're getting it. The night is where gamers rise. I mean, yeah, it's basically like, yeah. I always had trouble getting to bed early. I always had trouble waking up early. So naturally, my sleep schedule would just try to be late. And then obviously at night, that's when all your friends are online on, you know, Halo or Call of Duty or whatever. That's when we were all playing Halo 2 multiplayer. That's when we were all grinding out World of Warcraft. You know, whatever it was. And so naturally, it's like, that's the time that I want to be awake. So my body kind of just, I think, naturally has settled into a, like, constantly staying up later and waking up later. But it was never, like, this bad. It was never, you know, till 5 a.m. because obviously I had to get up for school in the morning or whatever. But then, even as I was like a teacher, obviously I couldn't stay up way too late or anything like that. But when I decided I wanted to start streaming, trying out streaming for Sekiro, well, I could only do that after my day of teaching, right? That's just the only time that it would work. So it just makes sense that, okay, now I need to start streaming and it's gonna, you know, be kind of late as we start. And so I'm gonna have to stay up late on the nights where I want to stream longer. And I started just getting an audience that was late at night. And it was like, oh, as I started to transition to, I want to do more and more streaming. I want to have the possibility of this going full time. Well, it's not like I could just move my teaching earlier in the day to have more hours to stream. I had to keep streaming later and later and later at night. Like, you know, if I wanted to stream 8 hours after, you know, 8 hours of teaching, which was rough, you know, it had to go well into the morning and I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. And so now my audience is very late at night. It's pretty noticeable. If you've seen, I do sometimes have streams that are during like the day. Like we did the Night Rain with like Jiggy and Tom. And like the viewership just wasn't as high. And it's not like viewership is the only thing that matters, but it's like, okay, if my audience expects me to be on late at night, it makes sense to be on late at night. It's a bit convenient too, because I have like the whole day if I want to do something. If you know, my parents are like, oh, you should come over for lunch or dinner or whatever, I can just be like, yeah, sure, no problem. I just got to be home by 9 to stream. So it does work out, but nice. Curious if you had a student find your streams. I have had several students find my streams. For the most part, they didn't stick around. They just were like, yo, that's my teacher, yo! And sometimes would just dox me because students just don't understand, you know, internet etiquette. But then usually it was more of a novelty than like they actually cared about Sekiro or speedrunning at all. I think we had like 1 or 2 that did stick around for a while and might still watch every so often. Classic doxing students, yep. If you find your physics teacher on Twitch streaming Sekiro, you would be hype, yeah. Ooh, we're back in the green. Let's go. We saved back so much time. Sounds like they like you as a teacher. That is certainly the impression that I got. Nice. What does gold mean? It means the fastest that I have ever done that particular section. Nice. The OP door returns. So likable. People like Mitch. Gross. Ugh. You know, I thought that me and Chip would finally have a truce when I started playing Iron Eye and Night Rain. Now I see. Can never trust a full bow user. How much schoolwork do you give your students? Well, I don't teach anymore, but when I did, not a lot. I mean, maybe you ask them and they say it was a lot, but it was in Intro to Engineering, it would be an amount of work that they could probably get done in class and not have to do anything at home, but like, if they goofed off in class, then they're probably gonna have to do it at home. But it was like... It was always to the point where they should be able to get it done in class. And the vast majority of students did. For AP Physics, that's not really how AP works. If you were sending students home with no homework, their parents would probably yell at you. Like, what are you doing? This is an AP class. So obviously they had kind of the normal amount for AP. AP was a little more structured. I worked with other teachers, and we all had like the same lessons. But they still, you know, oftentimes would get some time to do it in class, and there were definitely still days where they went home with no homework because they had time to do it in class. And then when I taught privately one-on-one, it highly depended on the student and on their parent. Because the parent was, you know, directly paying me and, you know, like, would let me know what would work for their student. So they said my student, or I guess it would be their child, however they would refer to them. I just think of students. Anyway, if they said, you know, oh, homework is not going to work, we need it to all be in class work, and I'd be like, gotcha. We're still going to get everything done, but we're going to make sure to take the time in class to do it. I'm going to focus on just, like, making sure that you know what you need to know, not, like, doing a bunch of extra problems. Whereas if the student was like, oh, no, I'm good with homework, yeah, that's no problem. You'd be like, okay, cool, yeah, let's, you know. And then oftentimes, even then, it might be flexible from there. Of if you know, here's a bunch of problems, but all I need you to do is, you know, these ones. If you have trouble with this one, you know, then try these as well for more practice. If you have trouble with this one, try these for more practice. If you get them all right first try, don't bother with any more. You got it. You understand. So, you're able to be a lot more flexible with the one-on-one. Okay, Michael, I'm gonna need you to cool it with the constantly trying to be inappropriate. It's a little much. It's not fitting the vibe. Up. Nice. Good. Nice. VIP revoked. Gone. It's a lot of workload, but at least no backlogs. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's maybe a good way to put it. Like, I don't want students to get overwhelmed with homework. And sometimes even students would be like, oh no, I'm fine with homework. But then when it was like, you know, here's some homework, and it wouldn't get done, and it'd be like, okay, let's adjust this. And sometimes they'd even be like, no, I promise I can get this done, I promise. I'd be like, It has been a few weeks. Let's adjust it. Let's not leave this on your plate. You know, I know you want to do as good as you can, but like, let's make something that works for you rather than something that's going to stress you out and whatever. Obviously, it's harder to do that in a full-on public school. Sometimes there were ways to do that, but the one-on-one teaching, it was like, nah, we could figure things out. A long detention. I go report to the principal's office. Homework was 50% of your grade for all 10 of your classes, Sag. Homework was 80% of the grade for... no, 20% of the... 20%. I remember for one of my classes, I think it was in general like 50% or sometimes more. But I remember in one of my classes, it was only 20% of the grade and 80% was tests. So I was like, oh, cool. So I only have to do half of the homework to maintain a 90, which is an A. We didn't have A minuses. We just had A. So all you had to do was get above a 90. And I did half of all the homework. And I got 100% on all the tests. And I got an A with like a 90.04 or something percent. Nice. Remember you, but you're still sucking Ishin Sword Saint. You got this, though. Gold. I was supposed to use the prayer bead there. Oh, well. I was possessed here for sure, though. Yeah. Liza P, definitely still one of my top games of all time. Yep, Sword Saint is very difficult. IMO, easily the hardest fight in the game. The way to remember desert and dessert is, you know, how many weeks would you want to be in the desert? 1 or 2? How many scoops of ice cream would you like? 1 or 2? You'd want to be in the desert for 1 week and get 2 scoops of ice cream. Unless you're the opposite, then, you know, I don't know. Maybe you'll have to come up with something different. If you really would want to be in the desert for 2 weeks with only 1 scoop of ice cream. Oh, you saw me real early. That's concerning. Okay. Zero and 7. Ah. If there's a really nice resort in the desert and you're not a fan of ice cream, yeah, then you got to come up with your own way to remember then. Why is he AFK? Because we load and unload him on accident too many times that his AI gets turned off just by talking to Emma on our way down to complete the quest. And his AI won't turn back on unless we warp away and warp back, which obviously would just be slow. It'd just be, okay, I do all the stuff, I do the quest, and now I just have to grab an extra idol, warp away, warp back. Or quit out, which is currently not allowed in the category. But quitting out would only lose a few seconds. If it were allowed. And so since neither of those sounds like a good idea, and because originally we had no idea why it happens, it just was happening to runners, and they'd be like, is my run invalid? I don't know why this happened. I couldn't turn it off. We were just like, it's fine. It's fine. Like, every runner was just getting their runs disqualified when we didn't know how it worked, so we decided, it's fine. And then once you decide it's fine, you can't, like, take that back and go, just kidding, we have now decided your run is no longer fine. Not the best phase 1. Really late of me. I like got no damage on him. That was bad. I think I might have literally gotten 0. Nice bug. Awesome. Wait, what happened? I got instantly killed in the air by the lightning on the tree. It's a bug that can just happen. Obviously very rare. You do not see it often at all, but it is just an unavoidable bug that can just happen. Our first death to a bug. Actually, I guess it was our second death because we died in the tutorial, but our first revive. Imagine if we hadn't died in the tutorial. This would have been a pace. Worst boss in the game, honestly. For speedrunning, maybe. Casually, nah, it's fine. It's pretty cinema. It's not frustrating, really. Unless you get that exact thing to happen. Others are way worse. I agree. Beautiful Shigekichi. Exactly what I was looking for. Name all the drunkard bosses. Don't help him, chat. Juzo, Shigekichi, Tokujiro? I think that's it. I think there's 4. Two Juzos, yeah. One in each Harada. Or sort of the same one twice because it's a memory and then a different memory of the same events. Tokujiro the Glutton. Yeah, yeah. But he still drinks, so... Shouldn't have sucked. Did not want the scrap iron. Slowed me down by a whole 1 second. Unacceptable. Shigekichi of the Red Guard, yeah. Name all the girl bosses in the game. Obviously Lady Butterfly, Emma, Snake Eyes, Shirahagi, and Snake Eyes Shirafuji. Okami leader Shizu. Give me the death blow! Ah! God! We're gonna just have to send another one and rest. Wait, actually, maybe we're fine? I think we're only supposed to have 18. Yeah, no, actually, we're fine. I'll just want to heal here before the fight. Orin of the Water. Corrupted Monk. True Corrupted Monk. Half of the Guardian Ape duo. That might be all. The Lady Monkey is not a boss. Well, yeah, but part of a boss encounter. Did you say Emma? Yes. What? I literally, first thing I said was Emma. I said, Lady Butterfly Emma. It was literally the first thing I said. And then I said the Snake Eyes is... Is the dragon a guy or girl? I don't think it's specified. One of the snakes is a girl too? Well, not a boss either way, but if so, I did not know that. I knew the Snake Eyes were girls. But not the big old snake. Hi. What about the 4 monkeys? Is one of them not a girl? Not that I know of. Oh, there was just one snake. There's 2 snakes. That might be 2 heads of the same snake, but there's definitely 2 different snake heads. Because you stab one and make it bloody, and then also, like, slice it up. And then the other one in the cave is just chilling. Unstabbed, unbloodied, unsliced. I'll take it. If we can just heal from it and then unheal when it's in the other location. Hit me through the wall. What a jerk. Okay, but good salvage. Did you count Monk? Both of them, yes. I'll take it. Does the snake appear clean if you do palanquin skip, like without the eye stab? Yes. Are there 2 owls, or is he resurrected the first time he turns to dust? There's 3 times that you see Owl. 2 of them are memories. 1 of them is really occurring as you're there. So you see him die 3 times, but only 1 is real. Wrong one again! Thank you for the hydrate. Honestly, as long as the other one dies, so we just, like, get a 1v1 fight, like, it's kind of fine, but it'd be faster if we got the correct one. When will I hydrate? I got enough gachine sugar. I can... Nah, I shouldn't betray my strategy just to try to hydrate. I'll just have to find a time. Nice. Double door. At double door, I can hydrate. Okay. Didn't realize we enter the past. Well, you know, it's not super clear in the speedrun that that's what's happening. We're not exactly reading the item description to tell us, this item takes you to the past. Green PB time? I mean, it's certainly a possibility. How'd you recover 55 seconds? By not dying. It's a pretty good way to recover time. Okay. That was almost a really terrible Ishin phase 1, but the thrust attack that we get to Mikiri really saved it. Uh-oh. Okay. I was really hoping I didn't have to do that second half, but I did. Okay, not bad. I mean, bad. Definitely not what we were hoping for, but, like, acceptably bad. Not great, not terrible. I mean, pretty close to terrible. It just wasn't, like, a full death, so... whatever. It's fine. We'll take it. It was a bad Genny, a bad Ishin phase 1, a bad Ishin phase 2, and a bad Ishin phase 3. So, like, it was all bad, which, if you've got 4 bad phases, that's probably enough to call it terrible. Oh, good morning. Unlucky. No, do not jump away. Do not do that. Okay, that's fine. Probably gonna get height diffed. Okay, didn't get height diffed. That's fine. That's fine. That's acceptable. That's fine. Okay. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you for the bless. Take that. How do you know the brown ape is a female? 'Cause it tells you. I don't remember exactly what item description, whatever, but it pretty clearly lays out it's the ape's mate. Which, I mean, I guess, you know, I guess technically, what if the guardian ape I don't think there's specification other than that, but I do know that it is the guardian ape's mate. So maybe those are my biases. Yeah, he saw me way early for some reason. Yep, nothing I could do when he chose to do the grab. Yep. If he grabs, you're just dead. When you're doing this strat. It's the one move that you just don't get to interrupt with Mortal Draw. That was very unfortunate. That's okay. Still in the green. Get out of the way! I hate that one tree. Why did they put that one tree there? It's exactly where I want to go. And it's just close enough to the wall that it won't let you slide by it either. To annoy me in particular. I knew it. Time. Okay, 1:21:44. All we need is about a 13-minute get to work. And we get our sub 135. That's all we need. Smooth. What's this move you're using on Shijimon 2 and 3? It's not Mortal Draw. Correct. It is Dragon Flash from Sword Saint. What does it get to work? This is. This is a get to work. You are poor and bald. Get to work.
This story is a metaphor for climbing the corporate ladder.
The story is a metaphor
You may be thinking that the rollerblades
for
are
climbing the
a
corporate ladder.
But just last year, people were selling other people digital copies of monkeys to try and get ahead. So, rollerblades are really not that far-fetched. And who doesn't like a little speed in their life? So, rollerblades it is. But just remember that everyone struggles to get job interviews, so try not to get too discouraged. Good luck. Hey, welcome to your first job interview. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking, but just relax and do your best.
Nice.
You're sure to get the job. Congratulations, you've completed the interview process. Unfortunately, the company needs you to do a take-home interview. I see a note here that says, sorry for making you jump through all these hoops. Oh, yeah. So the company just needs one more interview. The note here says, last one, we promise. And to ignore the hoops on fire. That's just a technical bug in their hiring system. There it is, the offer letter. You grab the letter and read it out loud. We regret to inform you that the role has been filled. Going back to square one always stings, but you're not alone. This happens to everyone at some point in their lives. Luckily, your mom says that your Uncle Gerald has a friend who can hook you up with a job at their warehouse. I know it's your birthday, but the company saves money when the new hires do their training on Saturday nights. So, it's time to get to work.
He said the name of the game.
Congratulations on completing your training. Go home, get some rest. Tomorrow is your first real day at work.
Why? I hate this one. I hate this one. I need a better backup for this one. This one sucks. I think there is a backup of... Okay, good. Whew, second try at least. I think there was an old method of doing it, perhaps, but... that I could relearn. I don't know why that, like, bumping to get height and, like, get to the other wall just Sometimes you bump it and it's just like, no, I would like to keep you on the other wall. The one you are not pressing the direction towards. Whoa. A little close there.
Your mom walks into your room with a letter. You got the job. Tomorrow is your first day as an unpaid intern.
Somehow,
What an honor.
barely lost time. I guess my PB also made a mistake in that room.
Some would be discouraged knowing they only got the job because their obsession with rollerblades makes them the ideal candidate for grabbing coffee. But you're a little discouraged as well. Congratulations, you've finished training. Now the real work begins.
Nice. Less nice.
Your boss Bill has his office on the first floor and seems like a really nice guy. Great taste in coffee too. Hopefully you can really impress him with your grind set.
Didn't quite get a smooth landing there.
Boss's boss, who is impressed with your can-do attitude. He says if you keep it up, he might put in a good word for that in-house interview. At the all-hands meeting, your boss Bill announces that you've been chosen for the in-house interview, which, according to him, is just a bunch of softball questions since it's really more of a formality than anything.
Nice. Game is unrealistic. You're drifting all over the place and the dude didn't say skirt once. But he did say, ooh, ah, ah.
Unfortunately,
So that's
financial analyst means you're just another
pretty
cog in the
close.
corporate machine. No one is going to notice you if you don't make yourself stand out. Being a cog means doing a lot of the same thing over and over again. But the company
No,
is
it
coming
bounced.
up, you could make a good impression
But
if you go
why?
along
But
with it.
for why? Whoop. Oh, that's the wrong side of that to... Silly me. You want to go on the right side of this. I keep going on the left. It's the second one you want to go on the left. I'm not going to have enough speed now. I gotta stop doing that. This one is the left.
After spinning your wheels for a year, you finally get invited to the company mixer. Rubbing shoulders with middle management has you inspired. You want to be one of them. Finally, the company opens up a single middle management position. All you have to do is beat the rest of the applicants and the job is yours. The bumpers are a metaphor for the other applicants. The second round of interviews cuts out 90% of the applicants. The herd has been thinned out and you're still standing strong. Wait, somehow Ted is in the running? When did he get a job here? It doesn't matter. Just stay focused and get that job. After months of grueling interviews, corporate endless schmoozing, you find a letter
Nice
on your
bonk.
desk. One of the two positions is yours. They created
Oh,
another
thanks for the
position
good luck.
Ted.
I mean, I do the easy MMI, so it's pretty tough to mess up.
Management. You're assigned a team of juniors, a huge pay raise, and your own office with a view.
Because I do not want
Ridiculous. Oh, and by the way, if your team's earnings drop to the bottom
to lose multiple minutes there.
Welcome to middle management. No one really
I'll lose
knows
multiple
what to do,
minutes
and
to
in fact,
Quint.
No one really knows how to get promoted. Progressing at this stage of your career.
I'm not
feels like
losing
you
multiple
need
minutes to
a
MMI.
path forward. He calls you with a job offer, but you have to decide right now. Ah!
I released just too much. I could feel it too. Normally I adjust with strafing there, but I was like, I'm way too slow. I cannot adjust at all with strafing. Close one, yeah. That was very close to like perfect speed, but just a little too slow. Nice. Second try. We take that.
Pulled off the Doinkler portfolio, you crazy son of a gun.
You crazy son of a gun.
The vote is tomorrow, and you're one vote short. Looks like it's better luck next time. You're still convinced that being a full-time YouTuber is for absolute degenerates. But he was such a class act that it was enough to sway the vote. You are the new department head. The FBI sweep the whole leadership team into prison, just as you thought. They need a new VP. And as the first candidate to apply without a criminal record, you're instantly chosen. They don't even look at your resume. Being a VP at a large company puts you in the top 0.01%. But it's not enough. The goal is and has always been to be CEO. You have no idea how, but all you know is that you need to keep grinding.
We'll take a backup. It was just a little too high. Had to take the foot off the gas to get the backup, but a first try backup ain't bad.
The CEO of your old company is considering retirement. There's only room at the top for one, but now's your chance. You got this. Just before the CEO of your old company retires, he gets arrested for embezzlement. But you've been schmoozing the board of directors for years, taking on hard portfolios, buying dinners at the country club, and turning a blind eye to embezzlement.
But that'll do
You're
it.
ready to take the leap. All of your hard work has finally paid off. The board of directors have voted, and you are the journey is over.
134.12. Woo!
Very few people have ever
Easy PB.
There's nowhere else to go. Congratulations on beating
Ah.
Get to Work.
With a 12.25 for get to work. Not bad. Oh, this is world record in this made-up category. Let's go.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. And I'd like to see anybody try to beat a 134.12 in the combined Sekiro all bosses and mini bosses glitchless and get to work glitchless category. You go to the get to work segment, but in the game itself, it's 118 late. Yes, that's because my actual in-game PB for get to work didn't happen during this combined run. So in the combined run, I golded, but that's not my overall best in get to work. All right, and now, little bonus.
Time to start my training
Billionaire.
arc for this specific world record.
Hey, you know, I'd like to see you try. There are probably a lot of people who love Sekiro and get to work. Perhaps. Time to become a billionaire. And then beyond that, like billionaire, and then go to space, and then become the richest person alive, and you know. Love Sekiro, but I hate work. Not work.
What creeps into your head? Is there such a thing as having too much money? Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe we could have more money.
After your first year as CEO, you realize that if you stop caring about the work-life
Whoops.
balance of your employees, your profits go up. And now your net worth has doubled.
I guess I need more speed than that. My bad. Oopsie doopsie. There we go. Nice, there we go. Do that to get up here to get a better... That works. Oops. This surface is very slippery. Does not like to let you stay on. Whew. There we go.
You're a billionaire. You celebrate by buying the only thing out of reach of those filthy, grubby multi-millionaires. A super yacht. Congratulations.
Let's go, super yacht. Okay, surely. Yes, you can just flip up. Okay, good enough. That's what we were looking for.
Your rival social media company gets banned in all Western countries, and now you are the only social media option, making you the 10th richest person in the world. You're so bored with how affordable everything is. Ugh. So you decide that the only reasonable solution is to do something that no one else can do. Start your own space program.
Okay.
Your cryptocurrency, Bald Coin, goes to the moon. You spend that money on buying the government space program to get to the moon.
That was not my greatest sliding, but it's fine, because you can just...
Sweat and tears of your employees, you're ready to take off to the moon. If this works, it will propel you into the history books. This is it. The final step.
And yoink. And here we go. To the moon! Just climb the wall like a spider. I'm sure that was the intended way to win all along. Ah. Sub 18 true ending? Does it count because I went main menu and then loaded? I don't know what the rules are for actual leaderboard submissions.
Your space program
Hooray!
is a success,
1748.
and your notoriety propels sales across all of
Woo!
your companies. In the quietness of space, you pull up your phone and check your
What happens if you
bank
miss the final
account.
jump?
The number is
Presumably
bigger
you fall.
than anyone else's in the world.
There's no true ending leaderboard, I think, so
You are
I
now
guess
the
it counts.
richest man alive.
Beat the normal game
Sure, in 10 years' time, the average
without
person
save
will
loading,
get
so
to the
like...
moon, but they'll never have as big of a number when they
I guess
get
there
there.
isn't a true ending, yeah, leaderboard.
You look around to celebrate, but it's just you.
Let's go.
You check your phone
It's
again.
just me.
You think it goes up a bit more, but you can't tell.
I can't tell if the number goes up.
Think about buying some more companies to celebrate.
If number doesn't go up, how will I...
It's awfully quiet in space. Now what?
Now what? 100%, but I didn't see you collect any podcasts. No, we definitely did not get any podcasts. Very nice. Okay, our sub 135, which I said was going to be really hard to get. We got 134.12. So, I guess we need to keep grinding. Now for sub 134. The other thing that we'll need, which I guess I'll probably just do tomorrow because I think I don't want to worry about it tonight, is we'll need to also practice the inner bosses as well. Eventually. Now we retire and become a full-time speedrunner. If I was a billionaire, I mean, that's, yeah, I would just be like, awesome. Well, now I don't have to, you know, take any sponsors ever. Now I never have to, you know, I could just like find a way. Oh, I could even get rid of my affiliate status on Twitch so they can't force me to run ads. Oh, it would be perfect. Do it tonight, you promised? Did I promise? I don't know that I promised. I probably said that I probably would, though. But I want to do one more full run. I want to do one more full sub 134. Looking pretty juicy. I can pay to have people level your Diablo characters. Perfect. Such a relatable game, too. I, too, am always getting so lost after rollerblading my way to the top 1 richest person in the world. Yep. Relatable experience. 117.10 was the IGT of our last one. That's a good IGT. Chat is always right. Sub 10 get to work when... Oh, sub 10 is tough. Sub 11 I do actually want. I do actually want to get sub 11 get to work. And I also want to get sub 115 Sekiro. We have too many things I want to do, but for tonight we should stick to the plan, sub 134. But first, I want to go to the bathroom real quick. BRB. All right. Chat said it, so you promised it. That must be it. That must be it. All right, here we go. Best possible time is sub 130. That's not happening, but imagine. Imagine we save GDQ 20 minutes over 2 runs. Sheesh. Hello. Sub 9 get to work. Oh gosh. Honestly, get to work. Very fun to run, but it's a mystery how I could get fast enough. Like, obviously, I'm not doing all the world record strats, but it just feels like all my strats aren't like that slow, but my actual time is like so far behind record that it's like I don't know how I would save that much time. There's just no like one spot that it's like just hit this, boom, and then we save a minute. It's like so many little things. Get to work world record's probably insane right now. Hi, yes it is. You might be talking to the world record holder. Presuming that we reject the other runs by the suspected macro user. So if you made no mistakes, then it would be close. If I made absolutely no mistakes on my route, and I got a first try quint skip, which I've never done before, I think that would only be around a 10-minute time. I think I'd still have like 2 minutes. Oh. Usually that attack gets interrupted. Interesting. Ross is starting to record ones for you, so you won't be for long. Yeah, because you got an 8-minute flat, just didn't record it. Is quint skip necessary to break a podium position, like a top 3? Yeah, 100%. No, I knew I shouldn't have gone for this. It works 90% of the time, but not when you're low on health. It'll never work. The game will always conspire to make you die. Missed. Yep. 90% of the time, it works every time. 90% of the time, you at least don't die. You might miss a hit, and then it doesn't really, like, save you much. But 90% of the time, you at least don't get grabbed. Which was all I wanted. If we really want sub 130 to be remotely possible, I could go no safety, but it seems like a real bad idea. Just like actually
Wow.
PB in both
games
games.
in less than 2 minutes. Must have some secret strategy.
Yep. It's called cheating. What? What a weird phase 1, but actually kind of fast. Not like fast, not like you go for that, but... Okay. Ilamo. Thank you for the hydrate. What's the difference between glitchless and restricted? Glitchless is no glitches. Maybe one or two for specific reasons, but for the most part, no glitches at all. Restricted is all glitches, except for a few. And by a few, I mean like one. All except for one. Restricted is there is a restriction. Glitchless is glitchless. Dive thing, right? Nope, that's no air swim. There's a category called no air swim that bans air swimming. Restricted bans force quits, meaning alt F4ing the game to instantly close it. Okay. So pretty good. Yeah, no glitches except the one that should be banned and the one that has to be allowed. But outside of those two. Why Alt F4 is banned? It's only just banned from the one... Like, it's just banned and restricted. It's not... There is an unrestricted that allows it, so it's not... It's banned everywhere, but it's banned and restricted for two reasons. One is because some runners consider it to be sort of outside of the game, consider it not exactly like cheat engine, but like that same vein of like something done outside of the game rather than a game function itself. I consider it like a Windows function instead of a game function. The other reason is because, well, the route is really nice without force quits, and with force quits, it's like ridiculously reset heavy at the start. It's just, you're just going to be resetting over and over and over and over again to try to get one run that starts. And people don't really enjoy that. So having a category where you don't have to do that if you want world record is nice. Because obviously you don't have to do force quits even if they're allowed. Like if you were doing unrestricted, you wouldn't have to do force quits, but if you wanted world record, you would. Nice. Good Lone Shadow. Surely emblem cancel is not a glitch. Well, again, it's one of those, like... I'm assuming you mean where you spend your emblems on a mortal draw, but then, or you don't spend your emblems, but you still get the Mortal Draw for 1 frame, because on the very first frame of Mortal Draw, it hasn't spent the emblems yet. It only spends them on frame 2. In which case, that's more, you know... What if you just get hit? You're just trying to Mortal Draw, that's all you're trying to do, and you just get hit on the same frame. It doesn't spend your emblems, and then it's like, oh, your entire run's rejected now? Because it's a thing that just happens. It's allowed. You try always to avoid having rules that are going to get people's runs rejected without them doing anything wrong. Ah. Right? If every runner has to, like, be walking on eggshells and, like, really make sure something doesn't happen, then that doesn't make for a fun run. Okay. Wasn't too bad. You know, if it's like, oh, I want to Mortal Draw here, but if they happen to attack, my whole run could get rejected. Like, that's not a good spot to be in. It's okay because you can't control it. Yep, exactly. We want to screw it, we ball run. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's every run. Also, why creating a fair rule that bans something like, you know, oh, you can't put Genny in the corner, you know, try to make a rule for that would always lead to disaster. Because then, no matter how you word it, there'd be a chance that someone playing perfectly normally, how you're supposed to play, would get their runs invalidated due to whatever rule you imposed. If you said, Genny can't go into the corner, what if he just wanders over there? Like, but, is it just like, your run is rejected immediately? Is it like, oh, no, now you have to, like, run away and let him chase you? And it's like, okay, well, that's really lame. What if it's, you have to be locked on? Well, then what if the game just loses the lock on, which happens often? What if it's, you can't attack and have the enemy not block it? Well, that literally can happen while locked on. That can happen quite often. Happens, most commonly, I think I've seen it on Lone Shadow. You'll just kind of like slap him across the side of the face while locked on. And he just doesn't block it. And it looks kind of weird. But like that just happens, so. Any ruling that gets innocent runners punished is generally not a good rule. What it is, leave the fair Genny kills to challenge in casual runs. Yep. Just, you know, talking about, like, philosophies in general of speedrun rules. No such thing as an innocent speedrunner. Well, that's true. We've all committed the sin of speed. Far enough, Owlfather, for example, can't block you even locked on. Yep, yep. It's used to not trigger Inner Father Mistraven. Oh. Is there a specific order to learning things for sure a speedrun? Like I have to learn a certain boss first and then next? No. You can learn it whatever order you want, but I mean, generally recommend start from the beginning, learn as you go. If you find something that's like, oh man, I am not understanding this at all. I don't get it. Maybe move on and come back later, but, you know, generally try to learn things as you go. Oops. How dare you be fast? That's me with Ape Skit, yeah. Honestly, at some point, if you want to ask me on the Discord, I can probably get you the newer ape skip setup that I use, because like the one in my old tutorial, I don't like that setup anymore. That was a bad idea. I thought I would get him. Look at his posture. It's so close. I made an executive decision, and the executive decision was wrong. I was like, nah, he probably posture breaks before the one that's undeflectable. He probably does. Couldn't find the shape I was talking about for the first jump. Ah. Thank you for the bless. Been very sneezy tonight. What does hitting the wall and the jump do at the end? It can, if done correctly, shorten the loading time after the cutscene that we skip after Genny. By a very small amount. I think it was half a second. For actual speedruns, that doesn't matter because loading times are taken out by LiveSplit. It's not part of the in-game time. But we are technically doing a real-time speedrun right now, so technically, it can help.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Beautiful. You know you've got a good Shichiman if the final one only takes 11 attacks and not 12. It means both phases were fast enough that your Yash didn't run out. Oh, good morning.
Hydrate.
Genny has an undeflectable attack in Floating Passage. Yes. The second to last one of the main flurry. And by undeflectable, it is technically possible to deflect. You just have to, like, you have to do something to change the timing of your previous deflects. So you either, it's like you can do like a sliding deflect on the first one, or you can like turn your character partially sideways so that the attacks connect with you at different times than they normally would instead of being locked on. Or there was like one or two other like weird methods that people have come up with that technically can make it deflectable, but realistically, you're locked onto him, you're deflecting, it doesn't work. And it's because of the way that the Sekiro buffer system interacts with the shortening of your deflect window every time that you do the deflect animation, even if you successfully deflect, which is the weird part. It should only be when you miss a deflect, but like even when you successfully get it, if your deflects are too close together, your window still gets shortened. Makes sense why I always get chipped and charmless or posture broken. Yep. I think it makes sense to use a healing gourd here. Clean, Robert. Mitra's YouTube emotes, yeah. Nice. The animation is so long, might as well go around. You would think that. Turns out it is slightly faster to open the door. But it's actually very close. You not actually need to deathblow the monkeys. Correct. You just need to kill them. And their health can go to 0. Start of your first playthrough of the game. Is the first headless meant to be encountered so early? It's meant to be encountered, and you're meant to say, well, this sucks, and get out of there. You are not supposed to actually defeat it then. It's supposed to be one of those FromSoft classic, find something that's way too hard for right now, make a note of it, come back to it later when you're stronger. No, this is awful. Whoa! I need you to... Okay. Whew. I really wanted him to just come around here so that I wouldn't get shot, but... That was a save, yeah. Barely. So you beat that headless without the confetti, and it took you hours. Yeah, I tried without confetti for a while, and, no. It is pretty much just not killable without, pretty much. Nice. Is there some less known way? I mean, there's like the less known way is using confetti. Like that's That's about it. If you don't use confetti, nothing really is gonna help. It's not impossible without confetti, but if you are not willing to circle around him and get one hit every 10 seconds, maybe, and never let him attack you at all, unless you're willing to do that and take like a 10-minute fight, maybe longer. Unless you're willing to do that, you are just not going to kill him without confetti. Made a carbonara and the eggs didn't scramble. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Some hitless runners have done it. It's a very long fight, yeah. And especially that first one is in just a terrible arena for it. The, like, stones there just want to get in your way all the time. I wasn't sure if I could interrupt the Insta-scream, and now I'm too far out to interrupt this one. I probably could have still just done it, but, like, come on. Just give me something normal, please. I do not count this as normal. Bro! Wow, that was, that's the worst luck we've had on Ape yet. And it is not close to second place on how bad of luck that was. Look at the leaderboards. This is kind of taken over. The all bosses and mini bosses glitchless category, you mean? It does have a good number of runners. So amazed that Sekiro continues to have so many runners still going. I mean, it is that good of a speedrun that it is, oops, worthy of having that many runners. Narr. I mean, compared to the one without Headless Shitchman, all prayer beads and memories. Oh yeah, nobody does all prayer beads and memories anymore. That was a stupid category. That was a category that was created out of cowardice. And you don't create a category out of cowardice. It's why I also think that the Lies of P category that was created basically to exclude Black Rabbit Brotherhoods, also I don't think is a good category. I think you need to have a reason for, like, the category concept to exist. You can't be like, well, we want it to be all bosses and mini bosses, but we don't want to do Headless and Shitchaman because we don't like them and we're scared of the fights. So we're going to try to work the rule set around not having to fight them. I think some parts of the run are going to suck, and it's up to you as the runner to figure out how to make it suck less. As opposed to, just write it out of the rules, whatever. I think that's the one that has staying power. The one that's like a simple concept that people are like, all bosses and mini bosses. Oh, awesome. You kill all of them in the game? Nice. Whereas if you're like, all the prayer beads and all the memories, it's like, oh, okay, where do you get those? Oh, bosses and mini bosses mostly. Oh, awesome. So you kill all the bosses and mini bosses? No. All the bosses I like %, yeah. When are we bringing back all achievements runs? When have they ever been back? All achievements obviously should exist. You know, it's a... Oh, what am I doing? This is not gonna work. Yeah. I just, like, completely forgot the strategy I was doing. And I just swam 3 times instead of 2. No. Watch out for the goldfish. He bites. He tries to bite. You know what time your run is going to be at GDQ? Yes. You can see it on the schedule. Well, approximate time, because the schedule always shifts a bit. Like, you could type exclamation SGDQ or exclamation GDQ. I forget which one, probably either. And click on the schedule, and it will convert to your time zone. Or at least there's an option to convert to your time zone at the top. That's unfortunate. That works. AM gaming. Have I played Bloodborne? No. No, I have not. Filthy console-only game, that's right. Ugh. I'd have to touch a controller? You go back there. But have you played Sekiro? Sekiro? What's that? Don't think I've played that one. But a PS4 like 6 weeks ago just to play it, not disappointed. I would be. I'd be disappointed I had to buy a PlayStation 4. Come on! It's very unfortunate. Beautiful. Gold. What's your favorite part of learning a new run? Either in a new game or a new run in a game you've already run. My favorite part... I'd say probably just like how fast and consistently you can improve. Like, I think improvement in itself is fun, and like being able to, like, you know, you set a time and then your next run you're like 99% guaranteed to beat that time, and then your one after that is like a 90% chance to beat that time, and you know, just that early fast learning and progression is awesome. That's also why anytime I come back to learning a category that I've already learned before, I delete my splits so I can basically do that again. Got 3 PBs in a day, yep. It's easy when your PB isn't that great and you're still learning, so you're still in the process of improving. Otherwise, in general, I would just say that, like, practice is pretty chill when you're learning something new. And when you're learning something new, it's still worth it to get, like, the backups and, like, learn how to play the game semi-normally if you need to. Whereas, you know, at the world record level, it's like, why would I have a backup? If the backup is reset the run. Because if anything goes wrong, I'm just resetting the run. So it's really nice to, like, get to actually learn and use backups as well. I think that's, like, the best time in speedrunning is when you don't have to reset all the time. You can just finish out runs because you know backups and can keep going. Oh, thanks, Game for Chill. Remember asking Yeru for some backups for Gotchinless or Glitchless, and he just said IDK, if that happens I reset. Yeah. No. you know, some runners have that mindset, but I think it sucks. I think it sucks to not have backups. I love learning a run as it's new and as it develops, because you naturally get backups. The backups are the old strats that we had before we found the current, faster, riskier strats. So, you know, day one, we're going to be fighting all the bosses. So you actually learn how to fight all the bosses. And then, you know, you're going to start to get some skips. And they might be like more minor skips. And you're going to learn all those. And then you start to get the major skips that skip the minor skips. But then, you know, in a run, if you fail the major skip, then you can do the minor skip. If you fail the minor skip, then you can actually fight the boss. And so it's cool. It's cool, like, building it up like that. It's a lot harder to do if you come into the speedrun late, because, like, a lot of people will just have forgotten the old strats. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know what you want from me. Okay. Sure. Nice, 2 lightning. Where are the time saves happening from 1 hour, 38 minutes, Sekiro, or Get to Work? Both. Both are faster than they were. We're getting really good at both. We're honestly maybe getting too good at both. Like, if I knew how good we'd get at both of them, honestly, maybe my estimates would have been a little lower for GDQ. But it's nice to have good, safe estimates and not try to, like, push yourself and be like, I better get a really good run. But we are definitely cruising. And we haven't had to, like, load a backup save ever in Sekiro. Or Get to Work. I mean, I don't know why you ever would in Get to Work. So not having to load any backups ever for Sekiro is so nice. I like how I run behind that one guy just like as a shield. Like, if they're gonna shoot, they'll shoot him. Nice. There's a Shigekichi. Like, we raided Seki the other night, and, you know, we chatted, and he was like, oh, what were you up to? And I was like, oh, I was doing the, you know, all bosses, mini bosses glitch list. And he was like, oh, good luck. Man, that's a category that, like, one thing goes wrong, and you're forced to reset. You can't even continue. And I'm like, well, I've got some safety strats in there. We'll be fine. And he's like, oh, okay, that's actually nice. But yeah, because at the world record level, it really is, oh, one thing goes wrong, reset. He's traumatized from all of his world record running of this. Reviving his trauma. Ooh, we're back in the green. I didn't even realize. What's our world record attempting guy streaming Sonic 3? All of his resets, yep. Anytime you're going for a world record, there's gonna be a lot of resets. Frustrating even to watch? It can be. Give you some tips to fighting Ishin Sword Saint. You're stuck? Okay, here's the biggest tip. It's kind of a cheat code. It's not like a full-on cheat code, but it's kind of a cheat code. Makes him significantly easier. Don't fight him like other bosses where you keep attacking until he deflects. Just attack once, then wait for his move. And repeat that over and over. He'll get into a kind of loop. It's not exactly a loop. He's got a few things he can do. But it's all much like simpler. And then you just deflect one of his attacks. And then you attack him once. And then you deflect one of his attacks. And then you attack him once. And you're going to have to figure out some things to do against some of his weirder moves he can do. But try to just do that, and it will make it a lot simpler. It's not necessarily better. It's not necessarily easier, but it's a lot simpler. A lot less that you have to keep track of. Only once? That'll take 1 hour. Well, it will not. It is actually the speedrun strategy. Well, the speedrun strategy also uses mortal draws, but that is the sword-only speedrun strategy, as far as I know. Attack him once, wait, and deflect. Attack him once, wait, and deflect. If he does nothing, if he, like, stands around doing nothing, you can attack him again, but don't, like, spam attack till he deflects. Just hit him and see what he does. Then hit him and see what he does. Talking about phase 1 or 2? We're talking about the phase with the spear. Which I assume is the... You know, if we're looking for tips on the not spear phase, it'll be a while. The spear phase is definitely the real, like, kicker of that fight. For you, he just spammed lightning in his last phase. Yeah. If that happens, it's like, oh, well, now it's easy. So aggressive when fighting Ishin because I was scared of recovering posture in his second phase. Also learned how to reverse lightning. Yeah. Okay, not bad. Nice. Not even world record, but in this game, glitchless depends a lot on RNG, so you can reset a lot for anything going wrong. That's true. That's true. I mean, if you know the backups, glitchless, you really don't have to reset a lot. If you're not going for world record, like if you're going for a sub-hour, you know, Shura glitchless, like you should not be resetting on RNG. There's no RNG that would prevent you from getting sub-hour Shura glitchless. Now, you know, if it's an RNG you're not sure about and you end up dying, and then you end up dying again, you know, maybe it ends up turning into a reset, but there's no, like, forced resets at the non-world record level. Ooh, saving even more time back. Okay. Oh, we're cruising. Picking up skills which help you reduce posture of the enemy with sword. Mikiri counter is the most OP skill in game. Well, I consider Mikiri counter to be just a mandatory part of combat. And yeah, it is really good. Especially if you also get Shinobi Eyes to make it even more powerful. Ascending, descending carp are great. Yep. That wasn't what I was supposed to do, but it's fine. I'll take it. Definitely not perfect due to my own carelessness in attack order, but it's fine. Deletion with Mikiri was so satisfying. Nice. Oh, beauty. Oh, I forgot to record. I'll take it. A little unlucky at the end, but still upset you missed a sale on Sekiro. Oh, yeah, that does suck. It does not go on sale too often. I did consider, I always consider, I never do, I don't think I ever actually would, but I always consider when games I really like are on a big sale, buying just a ton of them, not like a ton, you know, not going broke buying them, but buying, I don't know, maybe like 5, and just being like, eventually people are going to be like, oh man, I missed the sale on this, and I can be like, well, I can get it to you at the sale price. Just to, like, get more people to play it. Ow! Ow! But it's like, that would obviously be a weird thing to do as streamer, to be like, hey chat, would you like to buy this game that I've already purchased from me? There we go. Not how that was supposed to go, but I'm glad I had the extra emblems, so it didn't go worse than it could have. Oh! Alright, just in case. Works. You also review your previous runs to analyze or see mistakes. Sometimes. Not all the times, not every time. But sometimes, yeah. Especially if I'm unsure what happened, then much more often we'd look at it. But if I feel like, oh, I know what happened. You know, we got unlucky in this way. I accidentally pressed this too early. You know, then I wouldn't usually look over the run, but I might practice the things that went wrong. Whereas if I'm like, I actually don't know what went wrong there, then we would look at it. And then maybe also practice it. Now that's an old run command. Oh, darn. Usually he misses, and then we get to win with our... And unfortunately, instead, we get the slowest phase 1 of all time. No! And we get the unlucky... The only attack he can do that hits us out of that. I feel like I had to risk it, though. We were gonna be so slow if I didn't. I actually still think it was worth it, even with the death. I like that Genichiro always goes for a stab when you heal. Yep. Free Mikiri. Hello? I gotta figure out how to make that red dot consistently appear. I didn't mean to slash him a few more times. I wanted to, Yare. For sure you just stand still. But I feel like you have to wait slightly if you stand. Am I wrong? I feel like you have to wait a bit if you stand still, but if you like move, you can do it fast. I don't know. Maybe it is just stand still. No backup? Have I ever seen that before? I mean, I think I have if you're like really far away from him, but I was not far away from him. Okay. Gold. Are you doing every boss? Yes, every boss and mini boss. The whole game. Not bad. Nice. Are you running Get to Work only on tonight's hotfix or both Sekiro and Get to Work? Tonight's hotfix is only Get to Work. Sekiro will be at Summer Games Done Quick, but not on the hotfix. You have Get to Work running in the background. No, actually, I just close Sekiro and then open it up. It's actually a very fast loading up game, so it doesn't take too much time. I just pause the timer in between. $120, 102. That is fast. Need to finish both in 134. I don't need to, unless I want to do it faster than the last time I did it. Last time I did it was in 134, so I would like to do it faster than that to keep getting faster. But the only thing I would need to finish them both in is under an hour 50. For my GDQ estimates, the combined estimate is an hour 50. So we're pretty chilling on that. We will not go over an hour 50 of total time between the two of them. Getting better by the run, we really are. We are cruising. So not almost your PB with in-game time? It might be. We'll check. We'll check afterwards. We'll look at the in-game time, but I think that's going to be a 116, not a 115 in-game time, which is close still, but
This story is a metaphor for climbing the corporate ladder, and you may be thinking that the rollerblades are a little goofy. But just last year, people were selling other people's digital copies of monkeys to try and get ahead. So, rollerblades are really not that far-fetched. And who doesn't like a little speed in their life? So, rollerblades it is. But just remember that everyone struggles to get job interviews, so try not to get too discouraged. Good luck. Hey, welcome to your first job interview. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking, but just relax and do your best. You're sure to get the job. Congratulations, you've completed the interview process. Unfortunately, the company needs you to do a take-home interview. I see a note here that says, sorry for making you jump through all these hoops. Oh, yeah. So the company just needs one more interview. The note here says, last one, we promise. And to ignore the hoops on fire. That's just a technical bug in their hiring system.
That was almost a disaster.
There it is, the offer letter. You grab the letter and read it out loud. We regret to inform you that the role has been filled.
Ragdoll? Poor and bald.
Ah, going back to square one always stings, but you're not alone. This happens to everyone at some point in their lives. Luckily, your mom says that your Uncle Gerald has a friend who can hook you up with a job at their warehouse. I know it's your birthday, but the company saves money when the new hires do their training on Saturday nights. So, it's time to get to work. Congratulations on completing your training. Go home, get some rest. Tomorrow is your first real day at work.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Your mom walks into your room with a letter. You got the job. Tomorrow is your first day as an unpaid
Nice.
intern. What an honor. This training is absolutely
Yeah.
essential.
Yeah.
Daryl needs
I
his
knew that
coffee
wouldn't
to be
work.
piping hot.
I was just a little too hot coming into the second ramp here.
Some would be discouraged knowing they only got the job because their obsession with rollerblades makes
There
them
we
the
go.
ideal candidate for grabbing coffee. But you're a little discouraged as well. Congratulations, you've finished training. Now the real work begins.
Oh, almost.
Your boss Bill has his office on the first floor and seems like a really nice guy. Great taste in coffee too. Hopefully you can really impress
Nice.
him with your grind set. At the all-hands meeting, your boss Bill announces that you've been chosen for the in-house interview, which, according to him, is just a bunch of softball questions since it's really more of a formality than anything.
Oh, grabless pillar. Sheesh.
Unfortunately, being a junior financial analyst means you're just another cog in the corporate machine. No one is going to notice you if you don't make yourself stand out. Being a cog means doing a lot of the same thing over and over again. But the company wine mixer is coming up, and if you can make a good impression, it'll go a long way.
I tried to tap. I shouldn't have tapped. I shouldn't have done any of this. No. I should have just held. I should have just went around. I should have just gone around. I knew that was a weird bounce that would have been really hard to stabilize. I should just go around on this one.
Oh, the company wine mixer. A chance to meet middle management. Impress them with your firmest handshake.
Oh, I shouldn't have sent it. I shouldn't have sent it. I keep knowing these things are just a little off, and I just keep sending them anyway. Don't do that. Be smart.
After spinning your wheels for a year, you finally get invited to the company mixer. Rubbing shoulders with middle management has you inspired. You want to be one of them. Finally, the company opens up a single middle management position. All you have to do is beat the rest of the applicants and the job is yours. The bumpers are a metaphor for the other applicants.
The bumpers were a metaphor for the other applicants. Okay, so what is the best backup here? Oh, no. Okay, you need speed for that. Okay. Hate these metaphors for other applicants.
The second round of interviews cuts out 90% of the applicants. The herd has been thinned out, and you're still standing strong. Wait, somehow Ted is in the running? When did he get a job here? It doesn't matter. Just stay focused and get that job. After months of grueling interviews, corporate dinners, endless schmoozing, you find a letter on your desk. One of the two positions is yours. They created another position for Ted. His uncle is a VP.
Plank.
Middle management. You're assigned
I don't know that I've seen that one before.
Pay raise and your own office with a view. Not that office. Don't be ridiculous. Oh, and by the way, if your team's earnings drop to the bottom 30%, you'll be fired. Welcome to middle management. No one really knows what you do here, and in fact, no one really knows how to get promoted. Progressing at this stage of your career feels like a confusing maze with no clear path forward. He calls you with a job offer, but you have to decide right now. Ah!
My setup for this, because I'm not good without the setup. Nice! First try.
Portfolio, you crazy son of a gun. Unfortunately, the vote is tomorrow, and you're one vote short. Looks like it's better luck next time. You're still convinced that being a full-time YouTuber is for absolute degenerates. But he was such a class act that it was enough to sway the vote. You are the new department head.
Do you prefer this or only up? I think I prefer this. I like the movement in it is really nice and fun, and Keeping momentum feels great. Only up's a bit more, like, controlled, which can be nice.
Just as you thought. They need
Not having to worry about, like, oh, I missed 0.2 speed here, so now the thing 17 steps later is not going to work because it all, like, feeds into each other. It can be nice to just make a jump. But, I'd say in general, I like Get to Work better.
But it's not enough. The goal is and has always been to be CEO. You have no idea how, but all you know is that you need to keep grinding.
Okay, any Quint skips? That'll be way too slow, unless it just isn't, unless we just... No, that was it. It should have been it. I just was too far right. Oh, I should... No, not the bounce while I'm holding grab again. I hate this game. I changed my mind. Only up's better. Get to work? More like get me out of here. That should be too fast. Yeah. Man, I should have had it. It should have been my first try Quint. Just too low. Just too fast. Just too slow. I do, in a weird way, I do feel like I'm getting better at this. Even though I don't feel like it's really possible to get better. I still feel like I'm getting slightly better at this. Having less times that I'm way far off. That's 3 times in a row, just a little too slow. 70V stuff finally loaded. Let's go. Alright, this might be our last try at the Quint. Oh. Alright, I'll just do it the non-Quint way. Viewers would be bored at this point. Darn, I have to do it the backup way. Actually, this is like 3 layers of backup. The backup way.
The CEO of your old company is considering retirement. There's only room at the top for one, but now's your chance. You got this. Just before the CEO of your old company retires, he gets arrested for embezzlement. But you've been schmoozing the board of directors for years, taking on hard portfolios, buying dinners at the country club, and turning a blind eye to embezzlement. You're ready to take the leap.
Okay, no PV unfortunately, but still a very good combined run.
The journey is over. You have climbed the corporate ladder, a feat that very, very few people have ever managed to do. There really is nowhere else to go. Congratulations.
No peanut butter. Oh, better stop the timer. I got to work. I did get to work. That was the goal. We got there. I became CEO. You mostly don't like glitch speedrunning. I like glitch speedrunning a lot. I also like glitchless, but I also like glitched a lot. I would say overall I like glitch generally more than glitchless, although it depends on the game. I think both can be very fun. Both to watch and to perform. Work to get to work. CEO of speedrunning, that's me. Mr. Speedrun himself. Alright. Well, that will do it for us for the night. Excellent work. If you want to see the hotfix, it'll be on twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. Yo, Inspired Zombie! Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. If you want to follow them so that you know when it's happening, it'll be at 6:30 Pacific-ish. Could be earlier, could be later. But that's, if you want to, if you're looking forward to that get to work speedrun showcase there, it should be somewhere around there. Maybe early, so like 6 to 6:30 Pacific PM. But yeah. Both the zip category of Elden Ring at the start and once all settled glitchless were peak. Indeed, peak. Keep going for at least 5 more hours you did for Kazan. I did for Kazan, for finishing Kazan. That's true, actually. We did that. That was an interesting time. Alright, let's find someone to raid here. Alright, let's raid Nova. Biotic Nova, who's playing solo Night Rain. For real this time, trust. So we're gonna go in there and we're gonna be like, hey Nova, what's the code? Let's play together. What's the code? Don't actually do that. I'm joking about being annoying. I might do that. Let's not all do that. That's not a raid message. A raid message is just your standard mixture. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. I forgot to press the start raid button, so we'll wait 10 seconds. But anyway, have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.